Good afternoon, family. We're scheduled to come back at 1 o'clock. I want to thank each and every one of you who joined the first half of today's task force. It was a little exhausting for them to not take a vote on eligibility today, as so many of us had anticipated. Thanks to Senator Bradford, who made a motion to wait until next month. I really don't understand. I don't understand why we are here. I don't understand. Oh, okay. So they're about to start, y'all. Let me make the screen big. Welcome to the live. Please like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Welcome, family. Welcome back. Welcome, Facebook, Twitter. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for rolling with your sister. Okay, so it looks like they're about to go back. They're filing in. Stand by.
It is now 1 p.m. And before I call the meeting back into order, I'll call on Parliamentarian Johnson so that a quorum may be reestablished. Parliamentarian Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Moore?
Present.
Vice Chair Brown?
Let me know if you guys can hear. If someone can put in the chat that
Member
they can hear the
Bradford?
broadcast, that would be helpful.
Member Grills? Member Holder? Member Jones-Sawyer? Member Lewis?
Present.
Member Tamaki?
Present.
Member Montgomery Stepp?
Here.
Member Grills?
Present.
Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. 5 members are needed for quorum. We have 5 members, and a quorum has been established.
Thank you. Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, I'll officially call the reparations hearing back into order. So the next item on the agenda is agenda item number 17, discussion item, review and discussion regarding draft of report 1. And we have up until 2:45 p.m. for this item on the agenda, which will be led by DOJ staff Attorney Newman and Attorney Yang.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Thank you very much. Once again, so members of the task force, I am Michael Newman. I'm the Senior Assistant Attorney General of the Civil Rights Enforcement Section. You all have been provided drafts of the hundreds of pages of report that have been compiled by my count, more than 20 people working on our staff here in the Civil Rights Enforcement Section in some capacity to conduct research, analysis, drafting, working with you all through the outlines, and providing this draft report. The draft report reflects the feedback and suggestions we've gotten from members of the task force, our experts that you heard from several of them earlier this morning, and also relies on empirical evidence, studies, published materials, peer-reviewed materials, and is extensively footnoted. I reiterate, though, that it's a draft, and we provide the draft for the consideration of the task force. And we will, as I mentioned in my DOJ update in the last meeting, we will be looking for members of the task force to directly and actively engage with our staff in order to make sure that the final report, which this is not the final report, this is just a draft, but we want to make sure that the final report reflects the intentions, thoughts, desires information that the members of this task force want to produce to the public, and that it consists of the considered reflections of the task force as a whole for posterity and history, and to supply the critical and necessary support for the recommendations and conclusions that are then passed on to the legislature at the end of the task force's life. So with that, and I've stalled a little bit for time so that we can get more of the members on after our lunch break. With that, what I would like to do is I'd like to again emphasize that we anticipate that this draft is just the start, and we do want and need the extensive feedback from the members, whether it be one-on-one with DOJ staff on the individualized chapters, or if you want to discuss it in this meeting, if you have questions, if there are things you want to talk about, emphasizing or de-emphasizing, or questions for us about what was intended by different passages. Xiyun is the Deputy Attorney General in the Civil Rights Enforcement Section, who worked with Supervising Deputy Attorney General Sarah Belton in the drafting of this, and they led a team, like I said, a large team of DOJ staff in compiling it. She has the best knowledge, the direct knowledge of what's included in the draft, what was intended, how it was drafted, what was relied upon. I have high-level responses that I can give you to any questions, but really the purpose of this hour and 45-minute block is really to hear your impressions and suggestions for what you'd like to see in the final report. So with that, I'll open it up, and I don't know, Chair Moore, if you're on, but with that, I'll open it up, and I can recognize members' questions, or you can, Chair Moore. And I'll make one other request, which is I know we've had several additional members join. So I don't know if Jaretha, our parliamentarian, would like to note for the record those joinders.
Yes, I did note the attendance by member Jones-Sawyer, and also I thought I saw someone, member Holder. Is there anyone else that has joined? Okay, thank you.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is just because this is so voluminous and it was put out both to the public and to the members, that for those who are logged on members of the public, the draft is available on the DOJ website along with all of the meeting materials for the meeting. So if people want to review and read along. And you can always, of course, submit any comments or questions from the public, just like people who aren't able to necessarily fit into public comment. You can submit those in writing to the task force at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. And those considerations will also be considered by the task force.
Thank you, Attorney Newman. Can you just briefly restate your presentation for the new people who came in?
Sure. I might nutshell it a little bit. So you all now are in possession of the draft of the task force's report. As you all know, because we've worked with many of you individually and engaged with many of you individually on it, we came back to the task force with outlines. You all voted for those outlines to proceed and be developed into a draft, which is before you today for consideration. The draft reflects edits and suggestions from all of you as members of the task force, as well as the further scholarship and research and analysis and drafting of numerous DOJ attorneys and staff, and consultations with our experts, as you heard about earlier this morning. The draft has been provided to each of you via email. You should have been in possession of it and had an opportunity to review it. Also, again, for the public, has been posted on our website for review. There are, as you approved in the previous meeting in the outlines, there are 13 chapters. Those chapters address all the different varieties of harms that are delineated in AB 3121. And the first and foremost, we want to make sure that we are working with each of the members to ensure that the task force's report reflects the considered thinking, thoughts, research, and intention of all of the members of the task force, so that we're taking into account everything that all of you wants to say, and that the final report is indeed the report of the task force members. So the draft is provided for to support you in the effort of crafting a final report. And we welcome any and all edits. And like I said in the last meeting in my DOJ updates, we really do want to have a very engaged, 9 very engaged task force members that work to make this report reflective of your collective wisdom and judgment. And we're happy to do this however you want. The idea of the time, this hour and 45-minute block, is that we can hear what you all have to say on reflection of the report. If there are things you think weren't included that you want to see included in the report, if there are things in the report that you don't think should be in the report and should be discussed among the task force so that we can get your collective guidance, those are the kinds of things that I think are probably best handled in the meeting. Then following this meeting, we will take all the feedback, and hopefully you will all provide edits, line edits in the documents that I circulated to you all. Provide those line edits to us as soon as possible after this meeting, so that we can then work on another draft that we can provide back to you all for your further review, to see the edits and changes that were made in response to your colleagues' suggestions and edits.
Yes, thank you for that, Attorney Newman. And I was going to bring up the same thing. So we have 13 chapters, and we were all given those chapters, and the DOJ staff has asked us all to provide track changes, comments by tomorrow, no later than tomorrow. So you've got a friendly reminder. And again, to Attorney Newman's point, does any task force member have any comments or questions as it relates to any of the content of the drafts thus far, or any other questions related to the report? Member Groves, you're recognized.
Thank you. First, I want to give a hearty thank you to the DOJ team. You've done an incredible job compiling an incredibly vast amount of information and in a digestible form, although it takes a while to read through it, but it's an excellent effort, and I want to appreciate you for your work in this area. I also wanted to suggest that as task force members, so that we can make sure with the limited amount of time that we have left to give feedback, which I thought it was till the 28th. No, it's tomorrow to give feedback?
I mean, you can have until the 28th. That's
Okay.
fine. We can move it from Friday to Monday.
Thank you. The weekend was really essential.
I think we had sent it out originally for tomorrow, trying to get it back. But let us know and and for everybody's awareness, just be in touch with us and let us know when those edits are coming, so that we can then be prepared to incorporate them.
Okay. And so that being said, one of the things that I was trying to do to make sure that I could give due attention to the work is that I'm emphasizing certain chapters that I'm making sure my eyes are, really focused in on. So that includes chapters 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, and 12. So I'm not going to ignore the other chapters, but I'm really honing in on those particular chapters. And I think it would be helpful to know if task force members might be able to kind of that we can kind of state if there are certain chapters we'll make sure we're particularly taking a hard look at, so that we know that all of the chapters have been covered, duly covered in our review. And the other thing is that I have a substantive amount of information now that I want to see how to incorporate it into this first report, but I'm not exactly sure which chapters. So it turns out that there is another community in California, kind of like an Allensworth, and that's Russell City. And there's a whole group of Black folk who were dislocated from Russell City, pretty, very, very similar to all the kinds of things we've seen happening with other communities, but laid out in a very, very definitive way about the harms that that happened, and it involved about 1,400 folks who were displaced in Russell City, and they have formed a collective amongst themselves where they stay in touch, they are sharing the stories, gathering the documents, etc. So I want to make sure that that is included, but I'm not quite sure which chapter it goes under, because there's housing segregation, but it's not quite housing segregation. Well, I guess it could fit under that, but it just any suggestion, and so that I would know who to send this material to. There are about 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 documents, and some of the survivors of Russell City are still alive, and their children. And so I spoke with them last week and asked that they provide their testimony, at least through the portal that we'll be creating for the listening sessions, because there's some pretty powerful stories that are coming out of that area. And it really does need to be included in our first report. Is there any suggestion to be?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon to the esteemed members of the task force. Again, my name is Xiyun Yang. I'm the Deputy Attorney General coordinating this first report. So I would say that with regards to any suggestions and all the edits and comments, if you all could just make sure that I am CC'd on that email, I will coordinate with individual drafters and to, for example, find places to put certain issues, as Dr. Grills had just mentioned, but specifically with regards to Russell City, I think the best place for that is in the discussion about Allensworth, which is currently in chapter 5. And that chapter 5 which is the roots of many evils, residential segregation. And that is really where we're taking a more expansive definition of residential segregation, such that we are also talking about wholesale exclusions from cities and states, sundown towns, etc. That's also where we discuss the history and phenomenon of all Black towns and freedmen's towns, and where we have a discussion of Allensworth. But in terms of just other similar issues where you're not, members are not sure where they should be located, that's fine. Please just, email that to me, and we'll find a place for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Well, I just have to say this is a remarkable piece of work. And, synthesizing these expert authorities, and a lot of them are, I would say most of them even are in the last 10 years. And for some of it is in the last 1 to 3 years. And in other words, it's the latest scholarship, in this area. I'm up through chapter 9. Gonna need a little bit more time to get through the rest of it, but I'm reading it carefully, and I just want to commend the DOJ team of the 20, and Xiyun Yang and Sarah Bilton in particular for guiding this process, and Michael Newman and the experts and the advisors who've been working on this. And I realize this is just a ton of work. I'd say this is a pretty big deal. All the things that the task force does, this is going to live on. This is going to be a huge contribution to the public knowledge. And the idea of connecting the dots between what happened so long ago and then drawing a through line to current consequences, you don't see that very often. I mean, most of the books will focus on a particular era, but actually to take it chronologically and then add in current day effects and then add in the California connection, I think that's really a unique thing, and it really shines a light about what happened 400 years ago, and then layer after layer of systems out of a cultural prejudice that really explain. I mean, it really is no surprise that we have what we have today. So I think it's also, I wanted to say, deeper than the Kerner Commission report in 1968, which was, one of the last most notable attempts of government to have a reckoning. And the idea that, you have 600 comprehensive pages, probably, is going to resonate. I would also say that, the foundation of every lasting social movement is undergirded by scholarship and intellectual findings in history. And so this supplies that. So Pastor Brown wisely said, does the body politic have the will to do this? But in order for that to happen, the public has to be educated. So here it is. I think this really will help not only in California, but in the rest of the country. There are about, a dozen or 24 local, regions who are looking at this issue, but they don't have the resources that California has devoted to it. And that is, the historical piece. So I think it's going to be a tremendous contribution in that way. So just want to thank the team for putting this together. My edits so far look pretty minor. I mean, there's a couple of things that I think need to be site checked, but I'll note those. But on the whole, it does look good. And I really like the introduction. I like the fact that it draws the reader in with human stories and doesn't immediately bury, the reader with data, but then the data is there too. It's just very comprehensive. So congratulations and, much appreciation for the work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, any questions or comments from the task force? I had a question. So, in the first section of the report, the table of contents and introduction, there is a section. It's section 6, and it's titled "American Descendants of Slavery." And in highlighted text, it says to come summary describing internal United States residential and migration patterns of American descendants of slavery, immigration patterns throughout the United States and California regarding immigration into the United States from the African diaspora. So I understand that's a summary, but I'd like to get clarity if Attorney Newman or Yang could speak to what this section consists of in detail. Mm-hmm.
Sure, and I'll just briefly say before Xiyun responds. So a couple things. One of some of these things we've been wrestling with and talking through and going over. There's been various suggestions and things included and not, and that we've thought through in terms of what should be included. Do we include things that are intergroup? Do we include things relating to some of the other atrocities committed by the country and the state. And so this is one of those areas where I think we've been thinking through it, and we certainly would welcome and desire all of your comments. But it is also something that, based on trying to circulate this draft in time, we wanted to just kind of give a note of what was going to be researched and developed, so that you had a general idea. But Xiyun, do you want to speak to this specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for the question, Chair Moore. I will say that that section is whatever you all as a task force would like it to be. I think that in terms of us drafting this report, we have been watching every hearing, listening to every witness, and also listening to the discussions and the public comments made by the 9 task force members since June 1, 2021. I can just 2022. I always forget that. And so this section was an addition after last month's discussion with regards to the community of eligibility. The way that we have been conceptualizing Report 1 and Report 2, since we are lawyers, is that we've considered Report 1 to be sort of the fact section of a legal brief, and such that Report 1 is where you comprehensively list out all the facts in a narrative fashion and tell a good, compelling story. And then in Report 2, which would be the sort of legal argument section of the legal brief, you would then highlight the facts that have already been discussed in the facts section, in other words, Report 1, such that you are not sort of going outside of the universe of facts presented in the facts section in Report 1, right? And so from the last discussion that the task force members had publicly on the community of eligibility, it seemed from our understanding of the public comments, and again, of course, we obviously are ready to take direction from the task force members now that we are specifically discussing this section. We understood that task force members were interested in potentially crafting a reparations scheme as it relates to American descendants of slavery versus potentially sort of later immigrant populations to the United States. And so in order to craft that scheme, we felt that you would need to lay out the factual foundations of the of what is happening. In other words, if this report is read by an individual who has absolutely no basic knowledge about these issues, they would not be lost reading Report 2. And so that's sort of how we conceptualize that section after the public comments made by the task force from the last meeting. But again, we are at the direction of the task force in terms of where you would like to see that discussion go.
Thank you for that. That's very insightful and helpful. And I'll follow up in the track changes. Member Bradford.
Forgive me if I'm late to question. Does this go out via email? Because I've yet to see the draft 1 of the report.
Yeah, it was circulated to all members in Word to allow you to make edits in track changes.
And it was sent to my email personally, because I haven't seen anything from the task force since I've started here, other than what my staff gives me.
I believe so, but if we need to get a better email for you,
let's see that, because I apologize, but no, I haven't seen anything directly from the task force or from the DOJ in regards to this. So
okay, and we'll send it to you right now. We'll get on that right now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lisa Holder.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah. Just to reiterate, thank you for this tremendous work. thank you and Sarah for, leading the charge on this. This is quite powerful and just so comprehensive. Very impressive work. I had a couple questions. I noticed that in each chapter, essentially, which deals with a different aspect of American life, the implications of structural racism on that aspect of American life. For each chapter, you have placeholder for the recommendation, right? The relevant recommendation. So the first question I have is, since this is sort of like an interim report, when this is published in its final interim report form, are you going to take that out? Because obviously we're not going to get to the recommendations until the final report. So I just wanted to know how that was going to be handled format-wise. And then my other question is about, and I may have missed this, it's a very long, I haven't gotten through it all, so please excuse me if you've already addressed this, but I didn't see any information about Proposition 209 and the way that obstructed affirmative action in the state of California, and how that, the elimination of that ameliorative policy, affirmative action, has undermined Black wealth, and how it's doing that currently. I mean, there are studies that show that Black contractors have lost over $1 billion since the passage, well over $1 billion since the passage of Proposition 209, and how that has eroded Black wealth and Black potential tremendously, and how we're states that still have affirmative action for contracting, Black business owners are doing much better, right? So I was just wondering whether that was going to be addressed, whether it was intentional not to address it, and whether that's something that we could talk about. I could be on a call with you to talk about my insights on that.
So I'll let Xiyun speak in a moment to Prop 209. I'll answer the first question first. Other than to say, obviously, if you want something to be discussed and talked about, we definitely want to take that information and incorporate it somehow in the best way, and you can give us guidance on that. Definitely happy to hear that. With regard to what you see in each chapter, the potential recommendations at the beginning, so there's two sets of recommendations that are called for in AB 3121. The first set is recommendations is about related to each of the individualized harms that are set forth, and I believe it's subsection 1 of AB 3121. And then there's the second set, which is subsection 3, which is what the experts are going to handle in the second report, which are the broad recommendations regarding, reparations, who should get it, how it should be allocated. This potential recommendations discussion is specifically related to more generalized, and I think there was a discussion about this issue when we discussed the outlines, and also in the last meeting there was a discussion about generating specific recommendations that go to the generalized harms that are cataloged in Report 1, meaning that, for example, where we talk about, racial terror chapter, do there need to be for, de jure complicity with racial terror? Do cases need to be revisited? Do people need to have convictions considered for clemency or reversal? Things along those lines. Those are just very general things I'm coming up with off the top of my head. But those are the types of things that can be considered and should be included as concrete recommendations. And what they are is they're not necessarily part of reparations, the second chapter, but they are part of maybe what I would call restorative justice or holistic responses to this litany of harms and horrors perpetrated in California. And so they're really more generalized policy corrective measures, and they don't have to be very specific. It doesn't have to be this case needs to be reopened or this land needs to be transferred. It can be the legislature should determine whether or not there should be a reevaluation of convictions or reevaluation of investigations into lynchings that were conducted and that were whitewashed, or things of that nature. Very generalized. And obviously you all determine what that is, and this will all be subject to your vote in the final vote that we're going to have in April as to whether to include recommendations or not. But this is something that is called for in the statute that requires the report produced by within a year of the convening of the task force include some recommendations. So this satisfies that obligation while still maintaining the ability of the task force to issue the second report with the more, broader recommendations on reparations themselves. So before we go to Xiyun to answer your second question about Prop 209, did that answer your question, and do you have any follow-ups?
My quick follow-up, it's more procedural and transactional, like how, since those recommendations are going to come from this body, is there going to, how do you want us to get those to you? Do we need to have a discussion of the recommendations that are going to go in each chapter, or do we need to talk to you individually? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how procedurally, how are we going to do that?
Draft them up and send them over, and we'll include them in the draft that we circulate back to the task force. And if people have individualized questions about any of the recommendations, just follow up directly with us, and we can work with you on modifying or editing or evaluating them for inclusion in the final report. And if there are any recommendations that people have a strong objection to, we can specifically include those in a follow-up discussion and a meeting in case there need to be specific votes taken on those.
Thank you.
No problem. And Xiyun, do you want to talk about Prop 209?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, Prop 209 is discussed in the education context in the Chapter 6, and in the labor context in Chapter 10, and to a certain extent in the wealth gap context in Chapter 13. Although I will say, and they're sort of in the later half of the chapters are sort of very loosely chronologically ordered, but specific to the $1 billion number. I think I may have seen that in Chapter 13, the wealth gap section, but as Michael said, I'm happy to schedule a time and we can discuss specific framing or specific citations. And it really goes for all members of the task force. If anybody, it would be most helpful if you can send specific citations, articles that you would like us to cite to or to include in the report. If you could email it over, I think, most helpfully, because we are going to be juggling 9 sets of comments, it would be most helpful if you can send it all. So send us one document with your edits and comments and suggested citations, and to additions to include. And for anyone who would like to discuss specific wording or any sort of feedback that really makes more sense in a conversation, we'd be happy to. I know everybody has a very busy schedule, but we would be happy to work around your schedule and figure something out.
Attorney Yang, just to clarify what you said. So you said you wanted us to consolidate all of our comments into one document, or are you saying our track changes for Chapter 1 are contained in Chapter 1 document? Track changes in Chapter 2. Can you just clarify what you're saying? Sorry.
Yeah, right. I apologize. I misspoke. Right. So I'm just saying that everybody, if you could just, be responsible for your set of edits. I'm not suggesting that you all consolidate each other's comments, right? That's, definitely that's not what I'm saying. But if you could just have all of your comments and edits, suggestions, citation additions for chapter 1 in chapter 1, for chapter 2 in chapter 2. And I will flag for everyone that Word does get a bit glitchy when we're talking about documents of this size. So, I think comment bubbles are a little bit more manageable.
I'll
And
also go ahead, Xiyun.
Oh, yes. And I was just going to say, as Michael said, this is obviously a very, very rough draft. Some chapters are in better shape than other chapters. Obviously, before publication, we will do, we are still, polishing up the writing as well. And before publication, there will obviously be a copy editing process where we catch typos and awkward wording and so on and so forth. And so it is a lot of material. And so I would say that, there's no need to catch typos and awkward wording at this at this point, and that we would much rather that you spend your very limited time giving us substantive feedback about the substance of the scholarship.
Thank you for that.
I was just gonna add one thing to that, which is just to reiterate something Xiyun just said. Please, make your edits and comments and send them directly to us. Don't circulate them amongst the task force. Because of the Bagley Keene Act.
Thank you. And just for the record, for folks, you can find meeting materials on our website at oag.ca.gov/AB3121. And a quick reminder of the 13 chapters within the first report. So there will be a foreword by me as the chairperson of the task force, and then there will be an executive summary. And then chapter 1 is the introduction, which we discussed today. Chapter 2 will be on enslavement. Chapter 3 is tentative of racial terror. Chapter 4, political disenfranchisement. Chapter 5, the root of many evils, housing segregation. Chapter 6, separate and unequal education. Chapter 7, racism in environment and infrastructure. Chapter 8, pathologizing the Black family. Chapter 9, control over spiritual, creative, and cultural life. Chapter 10, stolen labor and hindered opportunity. Chapter 11, an unjust legal system. Chapter 12, harm and neglect, mental, physical, and public health. And chapter 13 is on the wealth gap. And again, those are the 13 chapters slated for our draft, our first report, slated to be published in June of this year. Are there any other questions or comments from the task force to Attorney Newman or Attorney Yang as it relates to the draft report sections that we received? Member Bradford, you are recognized.
Did you say Bradford?
Yes.
Hey, let me apologize. I thought I got on late after lunch, and I thought this was a new report. If you're speaking of the report that was put out at the end of last year, yes, we have it. So thank you. I thought you were speaking to a new report that had come out. So the Attorney Yang and Attorney Newman, yes, my office has received it. So no need to send it again. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Any other member Jovan Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to just echo what other folks have said, just about the tremendous accomplishment of the report. And I'll send this in my comments. But I think one thing that is somewhat missing from the report is actually something of a representative presentation of plantation life, right? We kind of very quickly move from the arrival of enslaved persons to the country, and then kind of skip ahead, right, to the kind of period of civil war, then emancipation, but you don't actually get a sense of what the kind of transformations, that cultural transformations that took place over the very long period of enslavement. What kinds of new notions of community were developed. In effect, I'm asking, for something of an account that feels like Charles S. Johnson's in the Shadow of the Plantation, which was a 1930s publication by a Black Chicago School of Sociology researcher who talked about the ways that the long experience of developing community on the plantation and in the South, in the Black Belt after emancipation, created a very particular cultural form. And so I think the report is missing that sense of what it actually means to have this kind of foundational sense of becoming Black in the United States. And it takes place in the US South, both during the period of enslavement and in the period following emancipation. And so I think that might be something that would help, I think, to qualify a lot of what the report then goes on to talk about later on. As I said, I'm happy to send these references. I will provide further detail as to what I'm talking about. But I think that is in fact what is largely missing. Besides that, I think the report is a really wonderful representation of what we've seen over the past several months. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that. Do you see that as, and you can provide us whatever, and it would be very helpful. And also think a little bit about whether you see that as part of chapter 1, the introduction, chapter 2, enslavement, potentially chapter 9, spiritual, creative, and cultural life, because I think that could fit in across a number of those. It's almost the creation of a new culture, which I know Dr. Grills is extremely knowledgeable about as well. So we'll ask Dr. Grills to help us with the edits to that as well. But anything you have would definitely be welcome. And I don't know, Xiyun, do you want to talk a little bit about us looking into some of that earlier?
Yeah, I think that's the question that I had that Michael just said, is that like if you could, it would be really, really helpful if you could take a look at, in addition to chapter 1, the introduction to enslavement, the chapter 9, I would also flag chapter 8, apologizing to Black family. I think there's a discussion of Black parenthood and sort of plantation life. But again, we would really appreciate your expertise in helping us frame that in the right way.
Yeah, sure. And just to kind of answer the question, lots of dinging going on. Okay. The earlier question, about where, this should show up, quite early. As I said, it does set the kind of foundation for the kind of social and political forms that go on to continue to relegate, this community. So, we're talking about, well, what does it actually mean to kind of live with the everyday brutality on the plantation? What does it mean to create cultural forms, in the absence of what was, a kind of lost heritage, through the process of enslavement, and that then shows up later on, right? So you talk about chapter 9 and the kind of spiritual traditions. Well, we have to talk about how those spiritual traditions and why those spiritual traditions were formed, right, within this kind of plantation context. But not just a plantation alone, of course, but what does it mean to kind of think about the process of the Great Migration and having left the South, right, by a kind of this issue of anti-Black necessity. So these issues have to, be, accounted for as coming out of this plantation formation, right? Because, again, referring to the scholar that I referenced earlier, he talks about, there being a particular American type, right, that comes out of this plantation landscape. And we're talking about, this particular notion of Americanness that is defined by, the kind of, Black individuals and Black communities that come out of this geography and its political history. So I think, there just needs to be a little bit more, not a little bit, there needs to be a significant amount of that lead up in the beginning, because then that helps to kind of make sense of the historical thrusts and experiences that the report then goes on to chart across the following chapters.
Can I piggyback on what Member Lewis just shared? I do agree that there's an awful lot to be said about plantation life. And when you actually peel back that onion, the layers of that onion, you see just how cruel and vicious that the whole system was in ways that most people have no clue. And so there are a number of good books and articles and autobiographical accounts that have laid that out. And I'll be happy to pull together some things to send along around that. The other thing, though, I wanted to mention is, and this is particularly the case in Chapter 3 on racial terror, which I think is an important chapter, and it connects to the latter chapter on mental, physical, and public health, is that there are several instances, for example, on pages 6, page 8, page 12, where a particular situation or scenario is described. And if you closed your eyes and just had someone sound like they were a news reporter, you'd think they're talking about something today. So my point is that a lot of the things from the past are actually still operating today, slightly morphed or mutated, but the same dynamic, the same playbook is operating. And I think that will help people to, rather than waiting until the very end, that where we can point out, and they're still doing that to this day. For example, and so it's just like a line here, a line there that connects the dots for folks from the historical to the contemporary.
And just to sort of clarify, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Apologize. So Dr. Grills, to clarify and synthesize, what I'm hearing is that members would like a more qualitative narrative discussion of plantation life and the creation of a specific Black culture in perhaps Chapter 2. And then throughout the rest of the report, there should be additional sort of, additional sentences or phrases to highlight the, the sort of contemporary nature of some of these historical experiences and harms.
And that's not just related to plantation life, but also kind of related to how the American system, political system, education system, how these all, still doing today what they did in the past. I mean, it literally jumps out at you.
Right.
Right. And I think it would be good to just call it out.
Understood. Very helpful.
One thing that I wanted to raise, just to sort of piggyback on that, Dr. Grills, your question and the discussion we just had is around the language, and I just want to remind everybody that Chair Moore and Member Jones-Sawyer are on an advisory committee that are going to be working through questions around language that's used through a report that'll come back for all of your review and evaluation in the next meeting we're going to have an update a little bit later today. So that'll you know, I presume there'll be a presentation on that, and then that'll also sort of define how we move forward in terms of making the final edits on the report.
Are there any other questions or comments for the task force members to Attorney Newman and Attorney Yang regarding draft of Report 1?
I had a question, Mila.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. Again, when Member Grills talked about the racial terror part, there was references to data in the outlines for lynching. And I think the number cited there was 4,700, almost 5,000 between 1870, 1950s, or could have been even into the 1960s. And that number was striking to me in the outlines, and so I kind of remembered it, but it didn't find its way into the report. And I figured maybe it didn't find its way into the report because the definition of lynching is really, you know, on the one hand, it's the picture of, you know, hanging and the terror of that, but all of the other racial murders that occurred, plus, you know, mob violence, sort of muddies what is a lynching as opposed to something else. The other issue was just documentation. You know, I think you referenced a lot of material taken from Ida B. Wells and NAACP. Did you back off from a number because of that, or was there a reason to not quote the number again?
I think our thought was that the number is likely underestimated. And as you say, it is, you know, I think in talking about racial violence, it is difficult to, it is so underreported that the real number is likely to be far higher. And we could certainly add the number back in and give that explanation and to give more context around the problematic nature of any estimate as it relates to racial violence.
You know, I guess my feeling is, in an expert, unprofessional feeling, is that the report is going to be highly scrutinized and criticized, and people are going to take pot shots at it. So I do like the approach where the numbers we give are backed up. We're not, you know, throwing stuff out there that's going to be attacked for whatever reason. So, you know, I leave it up to you and the task force, but as I was reading that was just one example. You know, I'm looking for things that are, of course, you don't want any credibility destroying errors for sure, but I'm with you if you think we're better off not naming a number, because again, if it's so subject to challenge, you know, maybe, you know, the better way is to, you know, leave that citation out, you know. So I'm not at all criticizing that decision. I was just wondering where it came from.
I think that there was another, I think it, my recollection, and you know, and this is definitely one fact that I would definitely have to go back and look. But it's, as I remember it, that number, I think there was another number that was around, I think, 1,000 in a shorter period of time, and those two numbers next to each other, where one was over a 90-year period of time, and it was in the 5,000s, and another number was much higher in a shorter number of time, in a shorter period of time, it just seemed incongruous and difficult to reconcile.
Yeah.
And so I think that's how we landed. But we will definitely take another look at that.
Well, just be pretty confident about the data we put out there. And so, I just wanted to get a sense of the reasoning. I'm not advocating for a number to be out there. It makes the report weaker if you can't back it up. So I'm with you there.
I'm wondering if a quick consult with the Equal Justice Initiative and the folks at the Legacy Museum who created an entire component of the museum based on those numbers might be able to help us state the numbers and qualify it as an underestimate in a convincing and compelling way, providing also some documentation, some citations to support it. Because I do think that, especially for those who don't know, which is most of the public, that number is going to be startling. And then to hear that it is a gross undercount is going to be even more alarming. And then why is it an undercount? And then being able to connect that to the systems at play, the judicial system, the law enforcement, the media, et cetera, that, I think it begins again to show all the connections, how this whole, systemic oppression is truly, it's an ecosystem that is in constant interaction, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We will reach out.
Are there any other questions or comments?
One thing, if I may add, oh, sorry, Chair Moore.
Yeah, I just have one. It's something that you could probably speak to. It's for the edification of the public. There's a chapter on the unjust legal system. If you could just kind of briefly give, not necessarily a summary of that section, but if you could kind of speak to the contents of the report as it relates to California's role, or even the California DOJ's role in perpetuating anti-Black racism.
Sure, I'm happy to give a sort of overview and walkthrough of the chapter as it is written right now, and then I'm I don't know, Michael, if you wanted to jump in first before I jump into that more sort of in the weeds summary.
Why don't you go through the weeds, and then I'll sort of give you some overall feedback and talk about how this works into our next meeting, your next meeting next week or next month. Go ahead, Xiyun.
Okay, great. So just to sort of pull back a minute, give a sort of overview of the way that the chapters are organized. As Chair Moore said, there's 13 chapters, 12 substantive chapters, 1 introduction. Each chapter is mostly organized along sort of mechanisms of systemic discrimination, but also organized in a very loose chronological order. With regards to the sort of mechanism / chronological organization, in each chapter, there is a national discussion setting the stage as to where California sort of fits into that discussion. And then there is a specific California subsection within each mechanism or chronological block of discussion, I would say. So chapter 11, the legal system, is no different, right? So in many of the chapters, the legal system, just sort of speaking off the top of my head, legal system, education, health, culture, we sort of set the chapters with a overarching discussion of the creation of racist stereotypes against Black Americans, and how that is, one, connected to enslavement, and two, sort of permeated throughout the legal system in American society up until the modern day. And so the legal system chapter starts off with a discussion of the criminalization of Black Americans, going through sort of the discussion of the slave codes, the Fugitive Slave Act, through the Black codes, through legal segregation, the tough on crime era, the war on drugs, national discussion. Then we focus it onto the California discussion, including a discussion of Reagan and his role as governor and later president. We talk about implicit bias. We talk about policing, going through, again, history of slave patrols, over policing, extrajudicial police killings, and then at the national level, and then also at the California level. Then we do trial and sentencing, again, at the national level and the California level, incarceration, effects of contact with the criminal justice system, and discrimination in the civil justice system. And throughout the report, we discuss where it is appropriate. We discuss the Department of Justice's role in perpetuating these systems of white supremacy in a historical context, and also in terms of setting California policy as it stands today. And for just as one example, in the introduction, we tell the story of the Short family, that O'Day Short and the Short family, that one of our testifiers, Lynn Hudson, told the task force members about. We discuss at the time, the Attorney General's role in declining to investigate and prosecute that murder. And so that is just one example, but where we went, where the facts takes us and where the scholarship took us. And so again, the report is public, and where there are holes, where I'm sure there are, because this subject is absolutely enormous. We absolutely welcome the task force members' suggestions, additions. The more specific, the better, the more helpful it is to us. So that's sort of how that chapter is laid out.
And I'll just,
Thank you.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to share, and I talked about this several months ago and in a couple of different meetings, which is, again, and I said it over and over, this is the task force's report. I think in our draft, you'll see we take a pretty clear-eyed approach, as Xiyun just spoke to, about the California Department of Justice and former historical California attorneys general complicity, and even enforcement of racist policies and laws. That history is not really unknown or anything like that. We're certainly not necessarily breaking news, but I think putting it in this kind of report is, from the state level task force and advisory bodies such as yourselves, is going to be very impactful. But I can tell you, we're not shying away from that. Obviously, there's nothing that we are not putting into this because we're worried about how the Department of Justice will historically be perceived or looked or anything like that. And as Xiyun just mentioned, anything that any of you want in there, it's your report. And so if you tell us to put it in there, it's in there. So we will not shy away from any of that. We obviously, that's part of this entire process, is the California Department of Justice is not only an arm of the state of California, but a very important arm, the enforcement arm and an investigative arm. And while now we're doing a lot of good, I think historically, just like all other parts of the state, there were problems, and we were forced or not good. And I think that's part of this process. So we stand ready to assist you all in shining the brightest, clearest light on all of those issues, and including all the information that you want included on those subject matter areas. And we're going to do our best, working with the state archives and historical documentation, to get all that information out and included in report for the historical record.
And I would add that, I'm ready and happy right now, to the extent that any task force members have specific issues of concern. It is a massive report. It is really, really large, and it's taken all of us a long time to internalize all of this research and scholarship and facts. So to the extent that I can be of assistance to the task force members right now, if there are specific issues that you would like to see how we framed or how we, worded certain things, as Member Holder had mentioned about Prop 209, I'm happy right now to just point you to the chapter. Sometimes I can put you even to the exact page or the subsection where we talk about those issues, so that you can make sure that, the specific issues that are in your level of, in your field of expertise, that you can spend some extra time on those specific areas in the report. So to the extent that anybody has any questions about where certain things are, I'm happy to answer questions about that today.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions along that line? Okay, are there any other questions or comments from task force members to Attorney Newman and Attorney Yang as it relates to the discussion regarding draft of Report 1? Okay, so I think we've exhausted comments and questions. Thank you again, Attorney Newman and Attorney Yang, and the rest of the California DOJ staff for the work that you all have been doing on getting this report ready for launch in June of this year. Definitely looking forward to it. So it's now 2:11, and we'll now turn to, well, we were supposed to have our break, which would have lasted from 2:45 to 3 p.m., but I'm just electing that we continue to the agenda, which is agenda item number 19, potential action item, subpoena request facilitated by members Holder and Tamaki.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So we are following up on the task force exercising its investigatory powers, and I'm going to do a short presentation and ask Member Lisa Holder to chime in or correct or add anything that I missed. So at our meeting on January 26th, we did report to the task force that we were focused on enforcement issues around the California Racial Justice Act, which was passed 2020 and became effective January 1 of 2021. The Racial Justice Act, as you recall, prohibits use of discriminatory language and conduct both inside and outside the courtroom, and gives defendants a way to challenge disparities based on race in charging, conviction, and sentencing. However, without comparative data which tracks along racial lines, it may be a right without a remedy and pretty empty. So the data in charging, conviction, sentencing, diversion, and so on becomes crucial in order to give the Racial Justice Act meaning. And of course, this is very consistent with the mission of the task force. In talking with subject matter experts along these lines, district attorney offices vary widely in their approaches to data collection. Some do not collect any data whatsoever. And again, without comparative data based upon race or tracks on race, how do you prove bias within the system? I don't think you can. Some of the offices do collect data, but they are not disclosing what that is. And this also involves the courts. Some do not collect the data at all. Others are collecting the data, but for one reason or another are not providing this information. So in our meeting of January 28 of 2022, we last reported that we will work with the Department of Justice Research Center to survey district attorneys and the Judicial Council, which oversees the courts, to require them to disclose the data points that are tracked or not tracked. And that is to say, arrest, bail charges, charge reductions or additions, plea offers, pleas entered, dismissal of charges, strikes, other enhancements, convictions, acquittals, sentencing, diversion, so on. And require that the production of this data be produced. And if they're not tracking the data, require responses from the district attorney and the courts as to whether they plan to track the data, and if not, why not? And make such information accessible to the public, including researchers, policymakers, and advocates. And then finally, educate the press and the public of the importance of such data collection. So, for example, the fact that a district attorney's office in a major metropolitan area is not collecting this data, I think that in itself is a newsworthy story. So on February 9th, the task force member, Lisa Holder, and myself, we met with the DOJ team, which was Michael Newman and Damon Brown, the PhDs staffing the research center, Tiffany Jance, Dave Armo, Randy Chance, and Janie Scott. And we also met with subject matter experts, Emmy McLean and Lisa Romo, Director of Systemic Issues and Litigation of the State Public Defender. Emmy McLean is with the ACLU, and Brandon Green also with the ACLU. And we discussed, how we developed the survey, developing the strategy and the scope of it. Is it going to be directed at 3 or 4 metropolitan areas, or should we direct it to all 58 counties and all 58 courts and all 58 district attorneys? Formulation of the survey questions, the timeline, and next steps. And I do want to point out that although we're working and asking the ACLU to be provide their expert information and data, and also the state public defender, this is really solely the mission of the task force. So the task force is not operating at the behest of any other organization, but we are collaborating with them in terms of being aligned in this mission of enforcement of the Racial Justice Act. So on February 14th, 2022, Tiffany Jance Desermo provided us with the following timeline, and I just want to recite that to you. So it'll take about 2 to 3 weeks to draft the questions. So we expect, and Dr. Desermo said that February 28th, coming up soon, the research center will send Lisa Holder and myself the draft questions. And by March 7th, Lisa and I will provide feedback. About 1 to 2 weeks will be needed to finalize those questions of the program survey and distribute it. And so on March 14th, the Research Center expects to send the revised questions for final approval as to the questions and the format. By March 18th, Lisa and I will approve, provide additional feedback. And by March 21st, we expect to finalize the survey and launch it. It'll take about 4 to 5 weeks to actually collect the data. So around March 28th, April 4th, April 11th, the Research Center DOJ will send out reminders to participants that they need to get that information back. They anticipate on April 18th, around 8 to April 20th, there will be another reminder and a warning. And then April 21st, the final day of the reminder and the warning, and April 22nd, the survey closes. And after we receive the information, the Research Center indicates it takes about 3 to 4 weeks to draft the results of the summary. And by May 16th, the Research Center sends the raw data and the data summary to Lisa, Holder, and myself. On May 27th, the Research Center and our advisory committee, Lisa and me, meet to discuss the results and think about what additional questions or asks we need to make. And by June 15th, the Research Center provides any requested supplemental results. So that's the timeline. And on February 14th, I had a conference with Task Force Communications Consultant Andre Banks and Gwendolyn Young to inform them that on or about March 21, the task force proposes to launch the survey questions to the district attorneys and to the courts, whether it wants to amplify, that information to the press and to the public. Lisa, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that was great. Very comprehensive. Mm-hmm.
Does any task force member have any questions on the approach or the substantively how we're approaching this issue?
Can you speak to the last point that you made with the meeting with the communications firm? Can you just kind of elaborate on the outcome of that meeting in terms of any commitments from the firm, in terms of
it was just
public?
About 5 minutes of an announcement that this is happening. I did discuss significance of the Racial Justice Act and the fact that it does give defendants the right to challenge their convictions or sentencing because of bias, both implicit and express. And the fact that though this right exists now in California law as of January of 2021, it's empty. It doesn't mean anything without data that tracks these outcomes by race. And so in the backdrop of mass incarceration and unfairness in the system, and this also goes to how the victims also are for example, victims who are white, are those sentences and outcomes different than victims who are Black? So that's another part of the survey. So because of that, it kind of framed it as a potential news story of something that might be newsworthy to the public, and gave them the date. I hope that task force members and the DOJ will be in communication with the consultants as this, as the launch date gets closer. But we didn't have a back and forth about what they plan to do, or they didn't have any further, questions. We didn't talk much about that, but I do expect, further conversations. Sorry, can't hear you, Chair Moore.
Sorry about that. That was my fault that time. Any other comments or questions from the task force team members, Tamaki and Holder, based on the presentation that they just gave on the subpoena power?
I just want to say,
girls, you're ready.
yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership on this. It's a very well thought out plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the outcomes will be.
Any other comments or questions? So members Holder and Tamaki, this item on the agenda is listed as a potential action item. Is there anything you all need from us as the task force as it relates to the work you're doing on the advisory committee?
I don't think so. I think it stays on the agenda. The Department of Justice will be in separate contact, or has been, with the offices of Senator Bradford and Assemblyman Jones-Sawyer, because they expressed a particular interest in this. And we
Sorry,
expect
guys.
to make a report in
Hold
the,
on.
the agendas that are coming up in March and in April.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, great. So I actually had one last question, and this is to Member Tamaki and Member Holder. As the advisory committee for the subpoena power, do you all envision that this particular issue of the California Racial Justice Act, do you anticipate this just kind of be the only work we're doing around our subpoena power? Or do you have any other thoughts on potentially using the power again at a later date?
Thank you for asking that question. Lisa Holder and I had that exact conversation. Part of it was framed as a matter of being practical. And that is, the practical aspects are that we're, well into our tenure as a task force, which sunsets in June of 2023. How much can we actually get done in terms of, especially in discovering and compelling information that might be subject to litigation and a legal fight by the custodian of the information resisting us. So certainly that is one reason why we chose government entities to go after, because they were the low-hanging fruit, as opposed to private entities. We discussed other areas, and I think we mentioned this in the previous presentations, about getting other information, historical information, for example, connected to Allensworth. I've also talked to Department of Justice Xiyun Yang about subpoenaing the National Park, the State Parks Department, in connection with confiscated land. For example, the Burgess family talked about this, and others, with respect to lands that were condemned by eminent domain or seized, and how many of those owners were African American, and how much were they paid, if anything. So it becomes a question of bandwidth and capacity, but also the susceptibility of the target, to the extent that we can force them to do the production before the clock runs out. So we would welcome any suggestions by any task force members, if they're interested, to not violate the Bagley-Keene Act. We'd ask that those be filtered through the Department of Justice. But I think, to answer your question, we're still looking, and we're open, but we all are working through limitations.
Excellent. Thank you for that answer. Any other questions or comments to the advisory committee on this issue? Okay. Hearing no other questions or comments, I'm going to proceed with the next item of the agenda, because our break again is at 2:45. And the next item on the agenda is number 20, potential action item, report dictionary update from Chair Moore, myself, and Member Jones-Sawyer. I believe Member Jones-Sawyer had to step away, so he won't be able to be a part of this presentation. But I did consult with him as our advisory committee, along with Nick Fletcher and the California Legislature, the Office of Legislative Counsel. And we came to the conclusion that reviewing the report of draft report 1, we came to the conclusion that an additional language guide would be redundant and reductive. And there's 3 points for to support our conclusion. So we know that the task force just received, we received this past month, the 13 chapters of draft report 1. And within report 1, there's actually in the first chapter a section on in section 6 in the introduction. It's on terms used in the report. And so the California DOJ staff has already done some great work in pretty much defining particular terms that will be used in the report, an alternative to more common word. So for instance, basic discussion last month, right, instead of slave owner, right, term used would be enslaved, and that type of language is already baked into the draft report section, particularly in section 7 of chapter 1. So essentially, task force members are already making their inline changes throughout this draft. And the report opens again, like I said, with the section addressing language use, where each task force member can add their word choices or preferences, and the Department of Justice pick up on those notes and apply them throughout the report. And again, we also don't want to necessarily lock ourselves into any specific terms, but give those use those language preferences to the staff who are part of the task force. So essentially that's our update. And again, member Jones-Sawyer had to step away, but just to recap, this is a conversation that we had along with his assistant, Nick Fletcher, in the Office of Legislative Counsel upon receiving the 13 sections of the report, upon learning that the California DOJ staff has already put into the report a section in the first chapter regarding terms used throughout the report. And the rationale is that we will not create an additional language guide because it would be reductive and redundant. And the process by which we're drafting and finalizing the report allows each and every task force member to provide any changes or comments through the track changes. And so if any task force member has any suggestions as to which term should be used as opposed to others, they can do so by the scheduled deadline, which is supposed to be tomorrow, but based on conversation had earlier today, I believe Michael Attorney Newman is essentially stating to be in communication with the DOJ, and a Monday deadline could suffice. But if you need any other time restraints, to be to communicate with Attorney Newman on that, or Attorney Yang. Are there any questions on what I just proposed? Okay, great. So there doesn't need to be an action on this item because I said, member Jones-Sawyer and I already discussed this. And so there really is no necessarily any need for an advisory committee to continue on with the work. But we will, since he's not here, I will just say, I won't say that definitively. We may come back next meeting with any information from the Office of Legislative Counsel, but that's where we stand today on the issue.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
At the meeting where the task force set up the the advisory committee, they were specifically charged with doing something with respect to the dictionary, but my recall was that it was determined that that was needed by the task force. So you're bringing back a recommendation that nothing further is needed. So that needs to be in a form of a motion, because that was something that the entire task force voted to do. So you're saying that based on your your investigation and your, your diligence that you've determined as an advisory committee that the task that you were charged with is not necessary. So that's your recommendation, is that you not have that additional document. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. But as I'm the chairperson of the task force, I cannot make motions. And Member Reginald
No. You can entertain a motion. Ask the committee for
Yeah,
that.
I know. I understand that. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
I just will also to make a note that Member Reggie Jones-Sawyer isn't here, and that may or may not be relevant to the motion that will be entertained. But nevertheless, I'm providing space and opportunity for a motion to be entertained on this item as it relates to the proposal and recommendation that I just gave on behalf of myself and Member Reggie Jones-Sawyer.
Are you asking for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I move that because the dictionary would be redundant and it's already included in part 1 of the report drafts, that there is no longer a need for a separate dictionary, and therefore that action item is dispensed with.
I second.
Thank you. So it has been properly moved and seconded to reformulate what Tamaki just said, to adopt the conclusions of the advisory committee that no additional language guide is necessary, given the redundant nature of it, because there's already a section in the report, namely section 7 in chapter 1, which will be on terms used throughout the report. Is there any discussion on the matter? Okay, hearing no further discussion, I will call on Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown? Member Bradford? Member
Bradford, aye.
Grill? Oh, I'm sorry.
Bradford, aye.
Thank you. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Holder? Member Jones-Sawyer? Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp? Madam Chair, there were 5 members voting. There were 5, I'm sorry, there were 6 members voting. There were 6 ayes and no nays.
Thank you. So there were 6 members voting, 6 ayes and 0 nays. Motion carries. The ayes have it. And so the advisory committee on a potential dictionary for the report is dissolved. Thank you. So it's 2:45, or almost 2:45, and we'll go to break. We'll have a slightly longer break because our lunch was slightly shorter than usual. So we can do the break for 30 minutes, and we can return. We can return at 3:15. We can return at 3:15. Is it? Thank you.
Hi, family. Well, I'm going to look at your comments. Marcel Dixon will be here at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to chop up a lot of this. Let me check. Yes, I can do 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much. I'm just responding to him, y'all. I'm going to need a break. I need a drink. I need a joint. I'm just in need right now. Thank you so much. Okay, so he's going to actually come on so instead of going live at 5, which is, just too much, I just need a reprieve, and I got to fix dinner for my little one. Oh, she ain't that little. She's as tall as me. She's 5'10", track star, 17, but she'll always be my baby. So I really didn't get a chance to tune in to what was going on. Let's see what the chat has to say. Because I was in court, so I couldn't really pay that much attention. Okay. Welcome, Satra, Del Rey 360, Trey Lincoln, Shanna Kim. Shanna says all that BS Dr. Ellis was doing in the DOJ's chat. Has it still on pause? What? Well, they're doing the most over there in the chat. You guys, I stream live here because I am done with being abused. You can say the wrong thing over there and get cussed out. So, listen, that's why I do live. I got my nice little viewers over here. We can chat civilly and not be traumatized. This whole process has been traumatizing. I mean, to see the current administration give everyone our reparations and protections, it is just unconscionable. I just cannot. And people don't understand the magnitude of what it means when they flood the country with immigration and refugees. That means our tax dollars are being used to take care of immigrants and refugees. And like I said at the top of the first half, I'm not anti-immigration. I'm anti the weaponization of immigration against freedmen to keep us tethered to the bottom, to our own peril. Our numbers are declining as their numbers are growing, and Black immigrants are earmarked to outnumber freedmen Black in this country. They're well on their way. They're now 4.6 million, I think it is. And they're earmarked to be 9.6 million. Because that's how it happens. Remember, guys, we were around 4.5 million upon emancipation and started procreating to like 40 million. So that's what happens, They're on track to do that because they've been made more American than us. They've been given opportunities. They've been using our affirmative action. I don't blame them. If I were them, I'd take advantage and be 5 times more liquid than freedmen Black too. So my issue is not with them. My issue is with the government, because the government's policies are making us bottom caste. That's what capitalism requires. If you don't know how capitalism works, it requires a bottom caste. Let me read more of your comments. Pure Vision, I see you, fam. I'm here again. At the reparationist perspective, what should be our next move? Please speak on this at the end. I'm going to speak on that now, fam, because I got to get my daughter and got to cook her dinner. I listed in here where we're taking action. Shout out to Tansy from Capital with an O, Accountability Project out of the DMV. They went together. She just posted in my text, a call to action. We basically are going to light Senator Bradford, who is a freedman, who clearly spoke on his ancestors being one of the members of the Little Rock Nine. Okay, so he's got history. But we're going to absolutely light his ass up. We got phone numbers and emails, and we're going to do an all-out campaign to let him know how he's harming our justice claim, trying to, stretch this out and delay the inevitable. You're literally setting us up to break a law where this thing won't pass. It feels like direct sabotage of our goals here. They've had this for 8 months. There's no reason to still even be deliberating about eligibility when Dr. Shirley Weber, our state secretary, made it plain the last time she was here last month whom this is intended for. But once again, it goes back to language. And the language, sadly enough, was a little ambiguous. And so now they see it as a window to crowbar and take it over, akin to what they've done with HR 40. So the call to action is posted in the chat. Thank you, Tansy, and thank you, Cap, for that. The pure, okay, we've got the light up Friedman. Okay, I answered that. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Call Senator Bradford's office. Let him know how you feel about his voting to delay this critical decision. His Capitol phone number. This is for Facebook and Twitter. I know y'all can't see this, so y'all can't see the chat in the YouTube. I don't think you can. Although I did see Jamal over here, and he had a Facebook. He was streaming from Facebook. But when I go to Facebook, I see a ton of chats that aren't posted over here. So I don't know. Anywho, call Senator Bradford's office. Let him know how you feel about his voting to delay this critical decision. His Capitol phone is 916-651-4035. His business phone is 310-514-8573. And his email is senator.bradford, BRADFORD, @senate.ca.gov. Now, if you didn't catch all that, you have to rewind once the broadcast renders, okay? You can always catch this, easily. I think, well, at least it's archived here at YouTube. That's kind of the main Friedman station for me is YouTube. I'm multi-streaming to the other places via StreamYard. Okay, this is the work, fam, until the victory is won. You have to understand, family, that we didn't get here by osmosis, a click of the heels, the genie snap of the head. No. A lot of work has been put in. A lot of work, a lot of meetings, a lot of rubbing elbows. I think, who was it? Maybe in the chat, the Twitter space last night, somebody mentioned that, they got a hold of Dr. Shirley Weber. Maybe that was over here in the task force. Y'all, the stuff is blending one to the other. Forgive me, but I heard mention that the grassroots was reaching out to Dr. Shirley Weber long before this was even a bill. Okay, this was just an idea. They found out about it. They got in good with Dr. Shirley Weber and went to work on it, getting some of our edits included. Because prior to that language being entered into that bill, there was no special consideration for freedmen who descend from U.S. chattel slavery. It was flat black. Okay? So that's thanks to the grassroots. So when, Yvette was telling us to take over white-run organizations like NAACP and National Urban League, this is how you know she knows nothing about organizing, because these are the things we need to take over. These bills before they become law. You know how those Asians showed up doing Prop 16 to get that overturned? Prop 16 was to reverse Prop 209, which took away affirmative action for our special considerations to get into the UCs. So now the UC enrollment for Blacks is in the toilet. So the Asians showed up. It's like they took a day off to defeat Prop 16. And ultimately it was defeated because the people who were paid to promote it lined their own pockets. So family, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. You've got to take these things over in your communities. So if you want to get involved and learn how to do this work where you are, Gmail me at thereperspect@gmail.com. if you want to learn how we got here, so you could just take our blueprint, okay, and do this locally for yourselves before it gets co-opted by Pan-Africanist organizations like Narcan and Cobra, who made a mess of the Evanston reparations. That's not even reparations. That's a housing voucher at best. Only 16 people were recipients, and the median income is around 40K with a median home price of 400,000. They don't have the incomes to qualify for the home loans to even use that money towards a down payment. If you're already a homeowner, I guess it could be used on home repairs. But that's all that was, is a housing voucher. And I'm grateful to the task force, even though some of them are pissing me off trying to make this an all-black thing, when they know legally it's going to be shot down, akin to what happened to the farmers who got $4 billion set aside. You know, $4 billion was set aside for them, and white folks came on through and challenged it. They filed a class action lawsuit for reverse discrimination because that $4 billion wasn't just for freedmen black. They tethered all them immigrants to it as well. Okay. They tethered the immigrants to it. And now the white folks are having held up while the agriculture department is trying to foreclose on those properties while that money is being held up. Okay? That's what's happening to freedmen farmers right now. And no matter how many ways till Sunday that we've explained this to them over the course of the past 8 months, they continue in their efforts to undermine our reparations, trying to tether down here in the state of California. If you look up the PDF, the 2016 Color of Wealth LA report, they don't do Caribbean blacks. They disaggregate the data between U.S. black and African black because African black is the majority of black immigrants down here. Okay? So when you download that, you will see that those African blacks, many of whom descend from slave traders, are 60,000 liquid to our 200 liquid. Total assets are 152,000 to freedmen 30,000. We're 44% degreed. Our median income is 53,500. The African blacks are around 48.9% degreed. Their median income is 115,000. So what they are essentially suggesting is another white wealth transfer. Why? Because the color of white is now green in this country. We have turned from being about race. Well, not that racism is over, but it's more about caste systems now. As they flood the country with immigrants, they want to make sure we don't get to come up for air. And so what happens is, if they're already ahead of you, when you enrich them with our reparations, we're still on the bottom. And that's what they're trying to guarantee. Narcan and Cobra are trying to guarantee that we aren't made whole, that we aren't made as American as they are. This is the grift. And so for Freedman, Senator Bradford, to do as the Democrats customarily do, make all these groups our albatross, you know, akin to how we had to nurse our baby on one tit and the white baby on the other tit. That's what immigration is doing to us. We've got our own lineage on one tit and all of refugee and immigration on the other, as the Biden administration gives away our reparations while telling us it's too complex to make us whole, while telling us they don't know who we are. And this is why leading a full court press on my Freedmen voter strategy to vote closed border candidates only, including Marcel Dixon to replace Coon Carburn in District 6, South Carolina. He'll be my guest at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 Eastern. Okay? And Tamara Johnson-Shealy, who is running to unseat Raphael Warnock out in Georgia, in the state of Georgia. We will be able to deliver 2 full-chested reparationists if we put our hurt feelings aside. I know some of y'all mad with me from the grassroots for going in about how y'all are acting towards Tamara Johnson-Shealy. She needs our help. We ain't got time to be sitting up here fighting over the fact that she is not able to publicly oppose H.R. 40, which is what she's beaten over the head of Warnock to unseat him. That's our work, family. That's not her job to decimate H.R. 40. That's what she's using. The fact that he does not support reparations is what she is weaponizing to get the vote in Georgia. And we've been coming for her jugular like she's a white woman. She's trying to win support on the other side of the aisle. Yes, she goes into the clubhouses and make friends with white folks, because guess what? We're going to need white folks to get this done. We're going to need them to give a damn. Who's massaging those relationships besides her? I know I'm not cut out for it. And if you see what's going on over in the chat at the task force, you'll see many of them are not equipped. They don't have the political decorum and wherewithal to manage white folks the way Tamara Johnson-Shealy can manage it. And we need to stop punishing people who speak differently than we do. Hello, somebody. That would be me. Had a whole bunch of texts. Please don't go in on black immigrants. This morning. Okay? Folks, everybody want me to walk and chew gum like they do when they fail to understand my Malcolmisha gives them the latitude to be politically correct. But we don't see beyond our own egos and our own ambitions and who we trying to rub elbows with and how we want our name plastered all over the face of the movement instead of recognizing that it takes all of us to move this and then some. It takes all of our voices in their own unique way. Everybody is moving the way God has wired them to move, myself included. Somebody has to not give a damn about folks' hurt feelings over me speaking on immigration as our most imminent threat. Nobody comes for the jugular of all these other groups who fight for their own interest on the Capitol Hill. But my own freedmen want me to stand down, while me and mine and the lineage just sit in the gas chamber until lights are finally out. I'm not the one or the two. You got the wrong one. That's not my assignment. So I have fallen out with many of folk over the right to have my own voice in these spaces. As Tamara is in her second fight with the grassroots because folks are upset that she tweeted something to Darity that they didn't like. And that she doesn't publicly support the decimation of H.R. 40. So I love y'all, but y'all wrong on this one. That's the voter strategy I'm pushing because the writing is on the wall. The plan is almost complete. The articles are out there. I'm not just making stuff up. I'm dealing with Pew Research. And if you think African Blacks were as wealthy as they were back in 2004 to 2014, imagine that money. those liquid assets as compared to Freedman liquidity, imagine that compounded. And now we thought we were going to come here to celebrate like we did when Dr. Shirley Weber put up the gate for Freedman exclusively, only to be told by a Freedman Democrat, let's wait another month. They've had 8 months we've been at this. It's exhausting. He doesn't have a clue as to what's going on. Who? GOJ. Bradford? Yes. Oh no, he has a clue, family. You got to understand these Democrats, the black ones in particular, are paid to keep us on the bottom. He eats quite well. His family ain't got no worries. These are the Freedmen sellouts who, oh, by the way, upon retirement, are giving black immigrants advantages within the Congress on every branch of government, okay? If you look up these black immigrants who are now replacing Freedmen Black in the CBC, you can't find where they descend from. That's by design. And so if you think you didn't get nothing with Freedmen Black in office, you really ain't got nothing coming when they take over Congress, because they hold the bag. So wait a minute, Danielle says, this entire process has been going on all this time, and he has not realized he's not received anything from DOJ other than what his staff hands him? Dude, really? Okay, I must have missed something. That's kind of... I don't know what you're talking about, Danielle. I have to go back and listen to the stream because I'm streaming while in court. He stated that he hasn't received anything in email from the task force since June. You see, this is why, to your point, GOJ, this is why I like for my comments to be public. I was first in the queue at 6 a.m. They didn't call me until the last person to speak. My viewers could hear me. They feigned not to be able to. I chatted the moderator to let her know I was first in the queue. Just go back and look at the live from the first half of the day. You'll see my comments directly to that moderator that I was first in the queue and I was in court. She waited to the last minute and my comments were not able to go on the record. They keep telling us to email them, but this is probably true. He hasn't received anything in email from the task force since June because the DOJ. I don't want my comments to get lost in the email akin to what they're talking about here. Something is going on. When you write the kind of radical things I say, I can almost guarantee you that those emails aren't making it from the DOJ to the task force. So I don't put it over there for that reason. I like to be live with mine. I want it on the public record, not lost in the damn spam. Akin to how I believe I was done by the moderator, who's a white woman. Wow, 13 people in the chat. Like and share now. Thank you, Pure Vision. Yes, please like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. This is a challenge sometimes, Pure Vision, because they do this during the work hours. So shout out to all of my comrades who come into the chat while you're on your jobs, who are risking their jobs, listening in one ear, okay, and trying to pretend to be present in meetings and trying to get your work done. This is why I don't like that these things happen during the week. Over in Twitter, I hear that there can be anywhere from 500 live views. I don't even know how to check the stuff over there. So I just make sure I multi-stream it. But this is a tough window, especially for freedmen who now have to work 3 jobs just to pay the rent. So I appreciate those of you who are in the chat. And I appreciate you, Pure Vision, and some of the others who have encouraged to like, share, and subscribe. Yes, you must like, share, subscribe, because family, we should be as popular as some of this bullish that's already on ScrewTube. There's no reason why we shouldn't have 1 million people watching. Okay? But I'm being shadow banned. So if you guys don't share it, and if you guys don't like it, it will not impact the algorithms so that we can get more people tuning in. Listen, I was at 4,500 subs in Racebook, which is where I used to stream live, until Racebook got mad because I was talking against the Biden administration and pushing for reparations. I didn't want them to get elected. And so Racebook shut down all of my accounts, which shut down all of my subs. So I'm literally starting over from scratch. I don't even have 700 subscribers yet. So that's why I ask you guys to bless the broadcast, because you got to be doing a lot of numbers and a lot of views just to get paid through ScrewTube. So the way to give is scrolling in the bar in the chat. For those who have emailed me and asked, how do I bless your broadcast? It helps me to continue educating the masses and advocating for freedmen reparations. She is sick. She's crafting her own language under Black, GOJ said. Here's another. Boy, these trolls are busy. Y'all know we must be close to reparations, because these trolls are lighting me up practically every broadcast, family. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. We can't even have our time together and get this message out between Racebook and ScrewTube and the trolls. They're mad because this is what we weaponized in order to make reparations a national topic of debate. That's not what they wanted, family. They didn't want this to become a national topic of debate. Black is broad. She refuses to delineate. Yes, Black is broad, GOJ. This has been the trick of the devils, the white glacier donkeys. They have done this purposely. And far too many of our freedmen didn't even get the grift. They didn't get the grift of people of color. They didn't get the grift of Black. They didn't get the grift of African American. That's Barack Obama. Kenyan father, white mother who descends from slave owners. You see the grift? So yeah, Black is too broad, and it's problematic. And so I love the names that we're now calling ourselves, but freedmen is constitutional, and it means Black American descendant of U.S. chattel slavery. Y'all got to start throwing around freedmen, because that's what we're fighting for in terms of disaggregating the data, so that the world will see the puckery of our government at every branch. They purposely flatten Blackness to pretend that we're as American as the Black immigrants that they've made American. When I've shared with y'all of the $3 trillion that's shared by Blacks in this country, it's probably less than that now since COVID. Our salaries have fallen off around 20 grand. We're around 35. We used to be around 53.5, 18 grand. Our salaries are down since COVID. We've got 13% unemployment down here in LA, and we're only about 3% of the population. They flatten Blackness to make it seem like we're 6%. That is a lie. You're not going to survive very long in California on a median income of $35,000 to $40,000 with a median home price of $843,000. Somewhere around there. We don't even qualify for home loans. We don't qualify at that income to even take the equity out of our homes. Okay? So you could be a homeowner whose property has appreciated. Say you owe $100,000 and you're living in a $500,000 property. Well, you owe $100,000. You bought it at $3,000, and it's now worth $6,000. You can't even borrow against that $500K when your median income is under $79,000. You need to have an income of $80,000 to qualify to borrow against your own damn equity out here. That equity could be used to educate your kids. It can be used to buy more property. It can be used to buy a business. As Bradford farts around and wants another month to deliberate eligibility. While the African blacks have been able to amass a fortune from the $115,000 income and the $152,000 in liquid assets, total assets, to our 200 liquidity, and our median incomes at that time were $53,500. It's now around $35,000-$40,000. Can't qualify to borrow against your own damn equity to make yourself whole. No kind of way. You're just locked out. It's even a challenge for some to keep up with the property taxes. That's how the homes go into foreclosure, because your property taxes are assessed on the current values. So if you owe $100,000, but the home is now, and you bought it for $3,000, and the home is valued at $6,000, that's the taxes are on that $6,000. But your income is $40,000 or less. Come on now. We are out of freaking time. Y'all don't hear me though. Danielle Witten. Ivy Dream says lineage matters. Yes, it does, family. And these white folks been playing these games and these tricks. Having you call yourself colored and mulatto and Negro. Well, Barack Obama and an Asian woman got rid of Negro. It's on my birth certificate, but they removed it constitutionally. Sounds like we're coming back, y'all. I'm a little not happy to see folks dealing with such an important matter while trying to multitask, traveling, riding buses, riding in cars, holding conversations. Well, Danielle family, it is very rude and disrespectful. Prayerfully, when they go live and we're hybrid, this will get their attention back in the room, because they won't be able to do this live. Folks will throw stuff at their heads. They don't play at these town halls. You will get called out and you will be checked. So they're going live, I think, next month or after next month. This coming up. My prayer is that it will remain hybrid. We'll see. GOJ, he is trying to keep it lineage without passing folks off. Deep down, the brother who just spoke sees the finesse. Oh, they know the finesse, family. Even there are people that are riding hard for us to have this based on lineage. All is not lost. No matter the puckery of Senator Bradford, Dr. Grills, and Holder. It don't matter. We got some ride or dies over there. You know, they're playing politics, though. They know it's a delicate tightrope. They can't get in the same lather that we get into, okay? Because they lighten their asses up over there. And my fear is that they're going to shut that chat down when I'm happy that they're giving them the business. I just don't want to participate. It's too much on my dome. I can't be in there and say one wrong thing and folks come for my jugular. I've been on the receiving end of that vitriol far too much, family. So I'm protecting the mental. I advise you to do the same. But if you like chaos, you can find them. Just Google it. You can find them and go over there with that trauma. That's not what I'm doing over here. And I'm not suggesting y'all get in that either. Because right now, those Pan-Africanist orgs knocking at Cobra, the freedmen are giving them the business and they're trying to get us shut down again. White folks get to cause full insurrections on Capitol Hill, but black folks, freedmen folk in particular, are supposed to play nice when they're being ethno-genocide. They're supposed to sit quietly in the gas chamber and not make no noise and not be angry and not cuss folks out. They're supposed to act and operate with decorum as the weaponization of immigration is being leveled at us to make us a permanent bottom caste and to ethno-genocide us to as few in numbers as the Indians. Freemen are just supposed to sit there and take it. So they'll punish us like we're their hot damn pickaninnies and shut the chat down because Narcan and Cobra's panties are in a bunch because freedmen putting in work over there. It ain't my monkey nor my circus. I like the peace over here. Well, I'm the only one screaming. But I try to stay calm. And trust me, I appreciate each and every one of you in this chat as my co-hosts. I can't thank you enough. Y'all don't even know. Y'all are the wind beneath my wings, okay? Just, y'all, please. Prior to co-founding the former ADOS movement, I felt like I was drowning in this knowledge, okay? But getting politically educated through social media and finding my tribe was the best thing to ever happen to me. Now I'm amongst the most brilliant,
welcome
most
back.
beautiful minds in the movement.
So before we call the task force hearing back
All right,
into
let me
order,
shut up.
I will call in Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call may be established for quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Chair Moore,
Present.
Vice Chair Brown, Member Bradford, Member Grills,
Present.
Member Holder,
Present.
Member Jones-Sawyer, Member Lewis,
Present.
Member Tamaki,
Present.
and Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. There are six members present. 5 are needed for a quorum, and a quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you. This meeting is called back into order now that a quorum has been established. The next item on the agenda is item number 20, which is number 21, potential action items scheduled for future meetings of the task force with a discussion facilitated by myself and member Scott Lewis. And so before we get to the draft agendas for March and April that have been drafted by the California DOJ, we wanted to take an opportunity, and Devon Scott Lewis, feel free to jump in, but we wanted to take an opportunity for task force members to relay any comments or questions based on the future hearing proposals that we submitted to the task force last month as regards to future topics and future locations, because it's necessary that we do get a vote soon on solidifying the location dates at least, because as we transition potentially into in-person meetings starting in April, in order for the task force members to organize and accommodate our schedules, those locations would have to be solidified sooner rather than later. And then as well, the topics as well. Member Scott Lewis, is there anything you wanted to add?
not at the moment. I think it's for us to really know that we are representing what we think of as the kind of like geographic scope of the state. And it would be helpful given that the task force membership is largely representative of folks located across the state, that you all feel that there is significant or at least sufficient representation of various communities.
And just in case, oh, go ahead. Member Scott, Member Gross, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find, my memory is not serving me, so I'm trying to find where the list is. Can you let me know? I'm looking in the January meeting materials, and our things are so voluminous and everything that we have, I'm not able to put my hands quickly on it.
I don't have the meeting materials pulled up per se because I have my own document for this document. I could ask California DOJ staff to pull up the document for the edification of you and members of the public. But if you have the meeting materials pulled up, you can do a control find, and you can look up, for instance, educational institutions and Black History Month panel, for instance. That'll probably take you right where you need to be. But
We're trying to find it to put it up. We're trying to find something to put up.
okay, great. As the DOJ staff is helping with that administrative task, I'll just say straight out, right? So our in-person hearing is supposed to occur April. And then at our last hearing, we said that we had a quorum for April 13th and April 14th. And that meeting location is supposed to occur in San Francisco. And then so I'll just stop there.
More, were you asking me to jump in, or are you just stopping for communication?
If you can post it to the screen, I can share my screen, but I'd rather not do that.
I'm working on it right now. Just give me a second.
Okay, great. But again, remember we had this conversation last month where members of the task force stated that they wanted, some time to think through what, topics or additional topics we could bring up into these future hearings as well. So I also wanted to leave time and space for folks from the task force to relay any observations that they had based on the proposal that we submitted last month as it relates to substantive topics and the locations.
Share more. I have a comment.
Yeah, sure. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. So the April meeting, we have April 13th confirmed, and then it says also a quorum for April 14. And I'm wondering, just to give members a heads up, whether it makes sense to go ahead and block April 14th also. Unless it's a problem for task force members, we're easily filling up 2 days of hearing time. And so I'm wondering, especially in the pre-launch of the report and some of the other things that will come up, including part 2 and the progress of interactions with the economists, whether we should just say that the meeting in April is a 2-day meeting, or was that intentionally set as a 1-day meeting with another day as a possibility?
That's a good question. I'll take it to Member Devon Scott Lewis, but I will say that this proposal that we submitted was based on the idea that we would have had a community of eligibility vote decided by this month, which would have given more direction to the economic consultants leading up for the March meeting and then the April meeting. But that
I was just saying that the community of eligibility issue is a central question, no question. But had we even voted on that, been able to vote on that today, with the questions by the economists that when they posed them kind of had, I think we all had blank stares about what the responses should be, that it just indicated that we'll need to devote additional time, even having voted on the eligibility question. So, and there are things within just the descendants of American slaves with respect to residency and these, issues of harm occurring in other states, but with descendants ending up in California. So I presume that that's going to be an ongoing discussion that is attached to the question of eligibility, which I presume we will vote on next month. I mean, there'll be, even after we vote, my point is, we'll be talking about all the details of what that means.
Thank you. That leads up to Member Devon Scott Lewis. You can take it from here in terms of that question.
Sure. And I think once we get the proposed schedule up, it'll be easier to answer some of these questions. But I think, so to answer your initial question, Don, yes, I think we should block both days. We should block both days because we don't yet know. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We don't yet know, we haven't decided on exactly what we want to discuss over these coming meetings. And so we've had the privilege of having 2 days, and we've used them as you said, right, in our meetings thus far. It stands to reason that we would very well need to continue to use 2 days in our meetings, but we don't know. We have to decide together what those meetings will effectively comprise and be about, and if it will take 2 days. I think what Chair Moore and I discussed was that in this second part of our work, we would actually begin moving more towards an increasingly, discussion-oriented format of meeting, right? So we would have some presentation on the issues that are addressed, and then we would also have to devote significant time to discussing them, right? So we are moving into somewhat of a decision-making phase of the task force. But as Chair Moore mentioned, with the delay around the eligibility discussion, and that is really a two-part decision, right? Professor Spriggs earlier said that we were too abstract, and he's right, but there's an abstract component that we have to decide on, and then we have to have a more particularized discussion. So if we, for example, are thinking about a lineage-based or non-lineage-based format of eligibility, we then have to then decide within that decision, well, what are the qualifications, right? So Professor Spriggs asked us, well, when does the period of eligibility in relationship to California specifically begin? When does it end? These are the questions that the economists are asking for us to answer. And so we do need to devote some time to that. And so I think what will need to happen is we have to decide exactly how we are now meant to spend the March meeting and how much time it will take to accomplish that specific goal. And that will then determine how we move on from there. So the plan at the moment is for us in March to generally discuss criminal justice, etc. However, those 2 days of planned discussion around that topic, right? History of policing, mass incarceration, criminal justice, general, experiences of anti-Black hatred, that might need to be either condensed to give enough space for a robust discussion around eligibility and a vote on eligibility, or it might need to be moved back somewhat. So I think we have to now just move to the March discussion and decide from there. But what Chair Moore wants us to decide first is, are you all good with the places that we are proposing? That's the first issue. Are the locations that we are proposing for the in-person meetings suitable? And again, representative of where you think we should be holding our meetings. These are just generalized geographic areas. These aren't specific site locations yet. These are just cities for the moment.
Can we get the question for the DOJ? Can we get the full document? I'm only seeing a little part of it.
No, only half of it? Okay, right.
Maybe it's my screen, I don't know.
Sure, I will. Can we extract that and post it in the moderator chat? And then I'm gonna, while we're doing that, I do want to say one thing about the March meeting. Is it all right if I share something about from a perspective? I can wait until you all finish your discussion, but I do want to talk about prioritization of issues.
Well, I have one other question for you, Michael.
Sure.
You know, we're moving into this new terrain of having in-person meetings starting in April. Is there any sort of mechanism if for some reason a task force member can't actually physically make it to the meeting? Is there any, you know, is there any way to be a part of that meeting virtually, or is that not doable?
I think Joritha is an expert on this issue, but I'll speak to it, and I don't know if I get anything wrong, or we can also follow up with individuals who have issues come up. But essentially, in order for individuals to attend in a remote fashion, the location in which they attend from has to be open to the public and ADA accessible in order for them to be able to attend, and the attendance is via phone. Generally speaking, once we go to in-person meetings, the remote access contemplated in the statutes, and similar to what was done in other boards under the Bagley-Keene prior to the pandemic, was call-in options, and the location from which members call in have to be posted along with the agenda on the posting date, and the location that is posted has to be open to the public. That's for the member to attend and vote and participate.
Okay.
I think that I can look back and refresh this and bring this into our March meeting and come back with a more detailed discussion. But I believe that in my sort of Bagley-Keene refresher that I gave when we thought we were going back to in-person meetings after the January meeting, I can give that refresher in the next meeting as well, just so everyone's familiar with it as we proceed. One thing that I wanted to add while we wait, I think we're gonna, DOJ staff is trying to extract it so that it can be posted for all of you to be able to sort of review it yourselves while it remains on the screen, is with regard to the March meeting, just to refresh your recollection, the March meeting subject matter is one of the components of report 1. And so you'll see in the report as you review it, we've included the information that we've been getting from experts and witnesses who've testified in each of the meetings on the subject matter areas. And so the time that's allocated in the March meeting for witnesses and experts to testify is in order to further inform the report. You'll see that chapter of the draft report needs more work, needs more information in it. And that's going to come from the witnesses and the information that we elicit during the course of the March meeting. So I just will remind you that that time will be necessary for those witnesses to be able to give us all that information. And so if you take away from that, we start having to cut down on the number of witnesses. A lot of you have given us great suggestions, and we've been able to be in contact with witnesses because you've gotten us suggestions for witnesses ahead of time. So that's very helpful. But we'll have to, and that'll come up in the next segment when we talk about the agenda for the March meeting. It's now up there. But we do have a lot of room to cover. We have a lot of ground to cover in the March meeting already. I just throw that out there for your consideration.
Thank you for that, Attorney Newman. So returning back to the discussion on location topics, but I wanted to go back to Member Devon Scott Lewis in case you had another thought that was interceded.
No, I just want to hear what folks' views are on the locations, and then we can move through some of the other issues, subject matter, and then the March meeting agenda.
And is there a way to expand the document? Oh wait, or go back to the
or we can just I've got the hard copy in front of me. If we're just approving the locations,
Right.
can we just recite them? In April it's San Francisco, in July it's Los Angeles, in September it's Bakersfield with a trip to Allensworth. In November, it's Sacramento. In January, it's San Diego. In February, this is 2023, it's in Oakland. In April, it's Inglewood. And in June, it's Sacramento. So, Javon, you're asking basically, are those locations, is the breadth of locations sufficient to cover the state? Is what you're saying. Is that right?
That's what I'm asking, yes. Or are there locations that members would have liked to have seen on the schedule or substituted?
Okay, just providing. Oh, Beholder, you're recognized.
Oh, no, it looks like it's coming up on the chat. So now I'm getting to, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just talking out loud.
Yeah,
Okay.
in the backstage chat, a member of the DOJ is pasting the locations for your reference.
So,
Member else?
yeah, so, I mean, I'm pretty much fine with the locations. What I did was a cross-check of those locations against the backdrop of where we have the largest percentage of Black residents across the state. And pretty much all of them could be covered, the largest populations rather, could be covered in the cities that are, or the locations that are listed in this draft. There'll be a little bit more of a distance for some folks to travel than others, but it looks like, we're hitting areas that would allow people who might want to attend to be able to be present.
Okay, yeah, and this conversation is just about locations and whether they're, inclusive enough. The dates and things like that actually might be changed. For instance, the proposal says we're going to have a meeting in March, April, and then one in June. But there might. Sorry, go ahead.
It was July, I think.
Why?
Oh, July. Right, but things we might change it up a bit. So I just said that to say, for the purposes of this conversation, let's just hyper focus on the locations, and entertaining a motion related to the locations and their, geographic inclusivity.
Chair Moore,
Yes, Member Montgomery, staff, you're recognized.
thank you. I know that folks still may be looking at the locations, but I'm happy to move the locations that are in the proposed public hearing schedule that is before us.
Is there a second?
A second.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that we will, the task force will utilize these locations to organize future hearings for the life of the task force. Is there any discussion on the matter? Comments, questions? Well, I will say a location that was not necessarily left out, but I don't think the Inland Empire per se is listed as a potential location. I think the closest location to the IE would be like somewhere like Los Angeles or even San Diego. And so I'm just putting that out. And so I would hope that with the listening session, there's at least a couple of listening sessions that particularly services the Inland Empire area, because there is a significant Black population in the Inland Empire, namely like Rialto and San Bernardino.
Riverside.
Yeah, Riverside. Thank you.
Right. And there are a couple of the anchor organizations have roots in the Inland Empire, and their network covers the Inland Empire.
Okay, great. That works well. Are there any other questions or comments related to the motion on the floor? Okay, hearing no further discussion, I'll call Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established on the motion, which is to adopt the locations in the proposal from the advisory committee as locations that we'll use for future hearings. Parliamentarian Johnson?
Chair Moore,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown, Member Bradford, Member Grills,
Aye.
Member Holder,
Aye.
Member Jones-Sawyer, Member Lewis,
Aye.
Member Tamaki,
Aye.
Member Montgomery Step.
Aye.
Madam Chair, there are 6 members voting. There were 6 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 6 ayes and 0 nays, and so the motion carries as the ayes have it. Okay, so we're still in the same agenda item, but now that we have, the location solidified for the most part, we want to return back to if there's any comments, questions, or suggestions from the task force based on the proposal received since last month around substantive topics. And if not, we can just get along and go to the March draft agenda and start taking some action around that. And then the April draft agenda. Member Javon Scott Lewis, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, but I'm recognizing that Dr. Grills has something that she wants to say.
Thank you. So I know that, and I hear loud and clear that our agenda for March pretty full. But in looking over the report section for education, chapter 6, and also going back and looking at the testimony that we had related to education, which was education was linked with something else, that it feels like we really haven't done justice to the topic of education. For example, the failure of the local control funding formula, the issues related to teacher quality and school finance, curriculum trauma. There's a long list, and we haven't touched on a lot of those things. And there are folks who are concerned that we haven't adequately, in their minds, also addressed education. And I'm thinking like there's a group that has quite an extensive set of connections, the Black Education Network. And so I'm wondering whether or not we could somehow fit a short panel, if nothing else, on education in the month of March, particularly since education is part of the school to prison pipeline, and we're dealing with criminal justice or the criminal legal system, the war on drugs and mass incarceration, along with the fact that particularly when you look at the education issues for incarcerated Black youth and for Black youth who are in the child welfare system and Black children who age out of the welfare system, TAY youth, transition age youth, their transition into the criminal justice system is almost a straight line. And we haven't really kind of dealt with that yet. So I'm just throwing that out there to see if it's a possibility, recognizing that we have a pretty full March agenda.
Yeah, I would say I initially, when we were coming up with this proposal, intended for, full panels on educational institutions from pre-K to 12th grade, right, and to collegiate and professional educational institutions to be a part of this month's hearing, actually in February. But I want to actually take it to Attorney Newman just to relay the conversation we had in terms of the rationale for taking that out of the agenda. I think, Attorney Newman, if you could speak to that. I think there was something we were saying about future hearings.
Sure, absolutely, happy to. So, we were talking about trying to revisit education, I think a couple of months ago, and it was part of discussing the future meeting agenda schedule, because I think this has come up a couple of times, and both because our meetings have been chock full of information and witnesses. One of the things that I mentioned, and you all saw this in the report, is we did address education earlier on, and there is a fulsome section in our report on education, which we can build out without necessarily taking more testimony, but we can still schedule. You'll notice the head meeting schedule that Chair Moore and Member Scott Lewis put together actually doesn't have the maximum number of meetings. It only has, I believe, 8 meetings, which would give the task force the opportunity to schedule a whole own separate dedicated meeting that could address education issues as a 9th meeting, still having another 10th meeting under the statute as currently drafted in person. That would allow for a fulsome discussion of all of these education issues that have come up after the meeting in which we discussed education. So I suggested that as an option. The issue, I guess my question for you is the idea that you'd like to try to elicit more information to be included in report 1, or is it a context that Chair Moore and I were discussing? It was looking at if there is a way. One of the components that AB 3121 talks about is other forms of reparations. So the question looking at other forms of reparations impacting education, like forget the term, but at any rate, like education to education promises, supplemental education, compensatory education, other things that can and need to be done in order to correct and rectify the problems that people have suffered as a result of deficient education or biased education policies or things like that? Or is this more that you really do want something that is going to be incorporated into report one as part of the historical history? And that's really, so it's a two-part question. And the reason I'm asking that question is because you see how full the March agenda is. And so I'm thinking to do what you're asking would be like another day of a meeting, or really cutting down on and revisiting the March agenda to allocate time so that you all are able to get the witnesses you want into the meeting on criminal justice issues.
So I think that there are things that can be added to the first report that don't have to wait on the expert witnesses. But I do think the expert witnesses would provide a deeper understanding of things and perhaps raise things that I may not know enough about, because, you know, I'm not an educator, but I've done a fair amount of education related research and work with community organizers who do campaigns on education reform. But I also know that kind of scheduling yet another meeting may be a bit much for folks. So I'm wondering if there's a middle road or a hybrid, if you will, and that might be to list, I'll do the best I can, and other task force members add things to the education section that seem to be missing. And then perhaps at least one of the witnesses in the March meeting could kind of at least lift up for everyone the role that education plays in these in the topics that we'll be discussing, because pretty much most of them, they have implications for how, you know, the numbers of Black folk end up in the prison system, end up under the consequences of the war on drugs, et cetera. So it's not changing the schedule, it's just making sure that at least one of the witnesses can provide the bridge between education and those other topics.
We can certainly do that. If you have witness suggestions, we can certainly do that, and we'll get to that in the next agenda, the next agenda item. We can change the name of the topic, or however you'd like to frame it. We can certainly add that in, no problem.
If I may, Chair Moore.
Yeah, sure. You're recognized. Member Scott-Lewis.
Thank you. So I agree with Member Grills, and I think we actually, the topic of education deserves, robust representation in this process. I was raising my hand earlier because I recall that earlier conversation being largely determined by the timeline around report one. And so it sounds like there's enough of a foundational kind of amount of information in the report that is around education, that it's there, and that it can be built upon with relatively little, and I'm saying this, not doing the work that you all are doing, but I can imagine that whatever we do on a normal, right, kind of meeting around education can then work to supplement what's already written up, right? And so I would recommend that we actually look to utilizing the months of March, April, and May to address the 3 questions of eligibility, criminal justice, and education. Because we don't currently have a May meeting in the schedule, and we can just push back, right? We can instead of we can push back things to late July, August for what would already what's already planned in the schedule. So that's my question to you, Michael, is that do you think it's feasible, say if we had in early May, right? And I know we have to approve the report, but I think if the task force approves a report, right, in April, with an understanding that, right, there is, you know, an expectation to supplement the discussion around education in the report in a meeting that comes in May on education. Is it fine, and from a labor standpoint, for us to have the meeting around education, you know, a proper meeting as we've had our meetings to this point, in early May, and have enough time for it to be, for whatever is introduced in that discussion to be incorporated by the June 1 release? Of Michael's face tells me no.
Yeah, I mean, we are taking a final vote in the April meeting, and then taking a report final and have to format it for publication. So I don't know that we have, I don't think we'll have the opportunity to add anything into the report from March on. We'll need to really be doubling down on finalizing it, getting everything in, site checking, all that stuff. So I think the March meeting really is the cutoff to meet the statutory deadline.
I think it's important to note that, you know, there are two things, right? One is a report and the service that the report provides, but then there's also these 2-day meetings, right? And what we do know is that people are more likely to tune into these 2-day meetings, right, than they are to necessarily go through and read, you know, several hundred pages of a report. And so it is really important that we actually, in doing a service to the California public, actually have a presentation on the issue of education. Especially right now, I'm at UC Berkeley, and we're seeing what's happening with the kind of, you know, what will be the consequences of, you know, enrollment gaps in University of California schools. You know, so it is an important issue that we, you know, that certainly, you know, deserves, you know, significant attention. So I think, you know, with that in mind, it is good for us to have, you know, a proper meeting, even if it does come at the cost of some of the content of that meeting not showing up in the report, based upon your production timeline.
And just to be clear, just because it's not in report 1 doesn't mean it can't be in report 2, and there can't be suggestions, clarifications, or recommendations to the legislature. Report 2 will also be recommendations to the legislature, and we'll have some of the final recommendations. And having a standalone meeting, education may be an issue in which you members of the task force may think that there are special things that need to happen, special considerations, forms of reparations, or programs. And so that meeting may be the opportunity in which you really do a deep dive into education.
And if we do that, then would we keep the April meeting just 1 day?
Well, from my perspective, I'm hearing 3 things. One is obviously the March meeting is you know, full agenda. Then there's still the lingering question of the discussion on eligibility, discussion and potential vote on eligibility, and then there's the question of education issues. And so we'll get to the March agenda, but I think we should have no problem adding a couple of witnesses on education to the March agenda if we want to talk about things like school to prison pipeline and that are interconnected, and even just general education things. So that should be definitely, we should be able to accommodate that. We, again, want all of your witnesses, so please send those. So I think that's March agenda, and that's separate from the question of, do you want to add another meeting on education? Should that be added in to May? Should it be added with the understanding that it wouldn't be able to be added to the report? Or should it be added in later on in the process as part of report 2 analysis? And then, like I said, the third question is, when are you all going to want to have a supplemental discussion? And I don't know if the suggestion was having the further discussion on eligibility is the second day of an April in person.
Thank you for that. So,
Share more? I wonder if I
yes, Member Tamaki. Yeah, go ahead.
So, on the issue of eligibility, there's emergency for us to at least make a sufficient decision that the economists can get started. And, we had 1 hour devoted to this, and without, the economist discussion sort of highlighted how complicated it is. And so, even if we had focused on making a decision today, there's all these open questions that they can't even get started until we address them. So, it's a bit of a showstopper, is what I'm saying, in terms of the economists being able to do their job. So I hate to bring this up, but is there any way we could add like a 3 to 4 hour session to at least make a sufficient decision on eligibility sometime in March that the economists can get going now that we've retained them? And there'll be lots of open questions beyond that, but I just heard a general sort of consensus about American descendants, descendants of American slavery being, in any event, a focus, and we have to focus on that in terms of a starting point, as people have said. So if I'm reading the task force right, maybe we could add a 3 or 4 hour session on that just to get them started. And I'm thinking out loud with you. Maybe it makes no sense at all, but I wanted to just throw that out there because I'm looking at the March agenda. And even if you shrink it, if you leave 1 hour for eligibility, I'm wondering if that's enough. And you'd have to bump quite a few of these witnesses on crucial topics on the criminal justice system. So the math is not adding up to me. I just think we need a block of time for task force members to each, speak their piece and at least resolve enough, not the whole thing, but at least enough for the economists to get started. Now, am I reading that wrong, or what's your sense of it?
Yeah, I agree. I think that the significant chunk of time of the March meeting has to be dedicated to eligibility and the scope of work. And perhaps what we can do is, we have 2 panels. It looks like we have 2 panels currently scheduled for March on criminal justice. Maybe we move one of those panels to April, and also at that time deal with education issues like the school to prison pipeline. But the March is going to have. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to clarify, there's 4 panels scheduled for March. So
Okay.
There's a panel on history of policing, history of war on drugs, and the next day, criminal justice system, and then anti-Black bias or hate crimes. But Javon Scott Lewis and I both discussed about potentially condensing each of those 2 into like 1 for each day, just to show that we were kind of in alignment with what you're saying. And we also discussed that we would need to have more than 1 hour to discuss the community eligibility on the more abstract level, but then also the more granular level. Whether we need 3 hours versus 2, I don't know, but definitely more than an hour. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Member Holder. Go ahead.
I think that's on point. I'm in agreement with that.
Member Gross, you're right.
Yeah, and I think also to give us back some time, that I don't need an entire hour to do the community engagement. I think we can give that hour to the discussion of the community of eligibility, and I can simply do a bulleted kind of update with 5 minutes to explain it. The other thing too is that in order for us to fully have that conversation in March, it would be helpful if the economists could send us a list of the kinds of things that we need to be able to answer for them. We should have gotten that way back when. So, so we definitely cannot have that conversation without knowing that.
And we can remove this, I think, the subpoena update from the March meeting, given how packed it is.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in real quick. I was going to ask the same thing that Member Grills asked, and even if we could have, even once we get here, a slide or two that can help us frame our conversation around some of those questions that they asked. I think it would just, I will speak for myself, it would help me think through, in addition to the questions ahead of time, just something here to help us stay on track.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I'm hearing, and Member Jovan Scott Lewis, you can follow up. For the March hearing, we would have an extended discussion on eligibility. We would also have a condensed version of a discussion or panels on the criminal legal system, which will include anti-Black hate crimes, the war on drugs, the history of policing, and the criminal legal system, including the school to prison pipeline. It would just be a condensed version. And then we would also try to fit in a panel on educational institutions. So in essence, for March, and then we would drop off or limit the time of the community engagement update and then take out the subpoena power update. So essentially, or in summary, the March hearing would include extended time to talk about eligibility, condensed panels for the criminal legal system substantive topics, and then adding a panel on educational institutions. Is that right?
That sounds right. I think I'd like to, sorry, apologies.
Can we eliminate the dictionary update?
Yes, you've already voted on it and resolved the question. So that can definitely be limited.
Yeah, sorry, my mic is messing up. Member Lewis?
Yes, thank you. So in line with what you're proposing, I would like to just, state more definitively that for the March two-day meetings, day one of the March meeting would be effectively wholly devoted towards the eligibility question at the broader level, right? Meaning defining the community of eligibility, and then responding in a second session more specifically to the economist's requests. I mean, Professor Spriggs today gave us a whole host of very precise questions, as did Dr. Campbell. And so I think, we would need to actually have a couple of hours just addressing those precise questions. And so what that would mean then is that the second day would be a condensed criminal justice session, right? Chair Moore suggested the combining or the collapsing of the 4 categories into 2, which we can do in one day. And then I think, given that the April, if you go back to the longer schedule, given that the April meeting currently has as two topics, right? The final report approval and the topic of educating the California public. It seems like that's also an appropriate time to then have the discussion around education. For me, as I said earlier, it's more important that we have a proper discussion than prioritizing the production schedule of the report. Mr. Newman said also that the topics that we discuss at any point can show up in the second report, which I think is appropriate. And so that's what I would propose. we need a whole day on eligibility. You know, we really can't do anything less than that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Are there any other comments or questions based on what we discussed? If not, I'd also like to entertain a motion related to what we've discussed so far.
I have a question, a clarifying question. So for Member Lewis, in the vision for day one, I hear two components, and I'm wondering, because this is it's important for us to try to nail some of this down in terms of getting witnesses. So is the vision for day one of the March meeting that it would be witnesses? For example, I know we had some witnesses that we've been working on for this meeting on legal issues, some of the legal issues, some of the other threshold issues. I think during today's meeting, there's been some requests about genealogists or some discussion around, I know, I think Lewis Gates was mentioned before. And so having some witnesses on those topics, and then having the experts consult, and then having a discussion and a potential vote, or are you thinking about doing it, having the vote first and then all those?
Yeah, I'm talking about the voting the time to the discussion to getting the decision made. You know, I would worry. I think what we do have to respond to are, you know, what are the issues that the members who voted to delay the vote still need? What are the outstanding issues that they might need clarification on? And so, you know, if they want to speak to those issues now, then we might devise a plan of getting answers, or, you know, finding experts who can respond to those precise issues. But in my view, we need to focus as much time as we can on actually discussing and then deciding.
So that would look like a full day of us discussing and maybe inviting these experts around the question, and then the decision will come towards the end of the day, as opposed to today where it was at the beginning, or supposed to be at the beginning.
Well, what I'm proposing is that there is a two-part issue with the question of the community of eligibility. One is deciding on who the community of eligibility is, which is what we were supposed to do today. And then the second part is then deciding how to qualify how we expect to provide a scope of work on that decision, based upon that decision, to the economists. And so in that first day of the March meeting, the first half of that would be us deciding on the community of eligibility. The second half of that first day would be us coming up with very precise prescriptions to provide to the economic experts as guidance for how they should go about the work of accounting for reparations for this community of eligibility.
Thank you for that clarification. I guess my only follow-up question, and maybe it's posed to the people who voted to delay the vote, what outstanding information is needed to help inform a potential vote for March? What type of experts or people we would want to invite to help inform the conversation? And, you know, if we're trying to invite folks to help, you know, those folks who voted to delay to get a better, more informed decision, where in the March meeting on that first day would those speakers be placed? Or, you know, will it just be a replication of what we did today, and we're just discussing amongst ourselves based on, I don't know, research that we do outside of the meeting?
Well, it was.
Attorney Newman asked the same question that I did. Sorry, Member Grills?
Yeah, so first to Member Lewis's question about those of us who voted no, what is it that we are still needing to know? It's the same as what I said this morning.
My
Uh,
question, sorry.
huh?
I think that was my question. I don't know. I don't think member Scott Lewis said that, but if he did, I'm sorry. But I think that
He said it just now when he was speaking. He wanted to know from the folks who said no, who voted no, what was that based on? I mean, what is it that we still are needing to know? And that then speaks directly to what we need to hear and when in reference to the March meeting. So, so for me, the things included from people who are experts in this, how easy or difficult is it to do lineage determination? And what happens to those who cannot determine their lineage? And then about how many people might we be leaving out? Because this could become an unintended consequence. Mind you, we're also talking about, and I think we talked about a tiered approach, a layered approach, that the first and foremost primary concern would be descendants. I don't think anybody is questioning that. It's what happens for the rest of the folks. And so that then raises the other question for me, which is, really how many Black immigrants are we actually talking about in California, and over what periods of time? And then what happens if they are included? How does that harm the descendants in terms of any kind of reparations that are provided? And then what happens if you're, are we going to go down this rabbit hole of determining who's Black enough and non-immigrant enough, right? So, if you're from mixed parentage, mom was, African American and dad is from Jamaica, what does that mean? And then the other thing is, what do we do for folks? Because the harms are not just during the period of enslavement, but having to do with the legacy of enslavement. What do we do in situations where all Black people were harmed, like running a freeway through someone's neighborhood and they lost their homes? What do we do? And Professor Spriggs raised that question as well. What do we do with those folks? We say, okay, you're a direct descendant, and so the harm done to you gets acknowledged and repaired. You actually didn't, you lived here for 2 or 3 generations, but you immigrated in, so you're not included in the reparations. I just would like some clarity on those kinds of things. And the last part is, and this was again raised by Professor Spriggs, but I think it's one that we really need to grapple with. And I don't know if, I have to go back and look at the information, but, what is our starting point? We need to figure out these, kinds of parameters. Are we talking about when California entered into the Union? Are we talking about when Black folks were still coming here and being disrespected and abused and oppressed prior to California entering? So how do we decide that? I personally don't want to just arbitrarily pick a date and say, okay, it would be on this date. What am I basing that on?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Brown. Member Grills, were you finished? Just making sure.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I repeat again my position. If we're to be a deliberative body for the good of the people, as mature adults, we ought to be able to set a date, the same as we do on our jobs, the same as we do with projects that we may be contracted to do. And I just don't think that we are to this task by not even setting a date. And you know what that sounds like? doing nothing.
You're muted.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Chair Moore. So what kind of concerned me was, our two legislators whose responsibility is to translate these recommendations into legislation, saying we just need more time to discuss this. And I would like to get their input. Maybe they mirror some of the things that Member Grills just said. Maybe not, but maybe, again, respecting Bagley-Keene, maybe that's something that the DOJ or perhaps the chair, without violating Bagley-Keene, could ask them. But I'm sure as legislators, professional people involved in how policy becomes law in legislation, if they're saying we need more time, that's a big deal, more than an hour. So I think that was part of it. Oh, Senator Bradford is on, so it would be good to hear from him. And the Assemblyman Jones-Sawyer talking about stopping the continuing harm, which he was talking about contemporary harms that affect everyone with black skin, to quote him. I think it sounded like he needed more time to mull that over as a legislator. So if there could be information coming back from Assemblyman Jones-Sawyer, that would also be helpful, I think.
Thank you for that. Sorry, was that Parliamentarian Johnson?
Yes, I just wanted to ask if you if you want to move the agenda forward, ask for a motion on the matter that's before you and get a second. Because I'm not clear. Yeah, because that's where you left off at.
Yes, so there were still some outstanding questions that people had, and I think Tamaki wanted to hear from some of the legislators on the task force. But to your point, Parliamentarian Johnson, I am opening the space to entertain a motion for what's been discussed thus far in terms of the schedule for future meetings of the task force. Member Bradford, are you trying to speak?
I apologize. I was on a plane, so are you guys going to go over that schedule just real briefly? Don't have to go in detail. Just curious on the next scheduled meetings.
Yeah, just a brief summary. What we've, in terms of consensus, what I think heard so far is that we'll have a March meeting where the first day will be solely dedicated to issues surrounding eligibility, where we'll discuss on the more abstract and take a vote on who should be eligible for reparations on the more abstract level, and then also have discussions on the more granular aspects of eligibility, utilizing the questions posed by the economic consultants today. And then on the second day, we will have a condensed version of our panels on the criminal legal system, which will include discussions on the history of policing, anti-Black bias or hate crimes, and the war on drugs, and the school to prison pipeline. And then in April, Jovan, do you want to talk about that, the April one?
Yeah, so that's Thank you, Chair Moore. So yeah, so that's the idea for the March meeting, and then the April meeting, we would. Member Grills earlier mentioned that we haven't, and correctly so, mentioned that we haven't given enough attention to the issue of education in our meetings, and so we would be focusing our April meeting on the issue of education, as well as finalizing the draft of Report 1 and discussing the topic of how to educate the California public on our efforts.
Right.
Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, also leaving space to entertain a motion based on what we've heard so far. But I think the question is still outstanding in terms of for the folks who voted to delay the vote. What I think Member Grills kind of touched upon it. What type of information would be helpful to assist in folks to coming into a more informed decision, or what type of, more specifically, what type of witnesses, whether expert or personal, would be helpful to help guide the discussion.
Well, I'll respond. I think what Dr. Grills touched upon earlier today, kind of like a first tier, a second tier, and then a more granular identification of those folks who are in first, and then those individuals who are from the remnants of slavery here. So I thought someone had spelled those steps out, and I thought it was like a 3-level step. That's kind of like the fairest approach right now, I think. So if I'm misquoting that right now, please correct me. But that's what I thought someone had suggested earlier today. And I'm sorry, I have been in and out of this today based on session and travel and everything. So I apologize.
Thank you for that. I think that type of discussion will have to be for March. The question was really, for folks who decided to delay the vote, what type of information, not necessarily what you were speaking to, Bradford, but what type of information or what types of people outside the task force would you want to hear from to help you come to an informed decision when it is time to vote? That was the question.
I got it. And I think we've had great witnesses. I just think, just like the experts we saw today on, we just got to better refine it. That's all. I think that was my unreadiness, not based on information, but better defining, narrowing it down to who's entitled and, from there. But I think, I'm not saying I've heard enough, because everything I'm hearing is just very informative, very educational, but I don't have anyone in particular that I would need to hear from right off the top of my head. I just think we as a task force just has to drill down a little more on what we want to do and who we want to identify as eligible for reparations. That was my unreadiness.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just say, I think it would be interesting if since we did vote to delay and we will have a whole day, it would be helpful to invite, genealogists or genealogy societies to help inform the conversation about the lineage-based question, DA companies for folks who are in the system. That could be helpful as well. Well, we'll see, depending on their expertise. We don't know so far. And even people who speak to the concepts of delineation or disaggregation. I think there's 2 sociologists from Princeton University that wrote a book called, I think it was, I forgot what it's called, But essentially, it's talking about. Sorry, I'm going to pull it up. This is by Taji Hamilton, and it's called Immigration and the Remaking of Black America. So I think it would be important to invite scholars, sociologists like Taji Hamilton from Princeton University, who dedicate their lives work to these type of conversations, that also come to the task force if they're free and able to assist with the conversation. But again, I'm conscious of time, and it's 4:30. So again, opening the floor to entertain a motion based on what we've talked about thus far in terms of content for the March and April meetings. Just leave it there.
I'll make a motion. I move that the March meeting have the first day devoted to the question of eligibility and coming to a vote, and that the second day be devoted to the question of criminal justice, as outlined in the proposal.
There's a second.
I second.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that the March meeting, the first day will be dedicated to eligibility, and then the second day will be dedicated to criminal justice as outlined in the proposal. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Lewis.
Yeah, so my only point is that, while I'm happy for members to have, further testimony to help clarify the issue, I wanted to make sure that we don't occupy the entire day with testimony and leave ourselves without adequate time for decision, which will inevitably require some discussion and maybe even debate. I'm a bit wary that we could easily take up all of the time on a day with testimonies by genealogists, etc., and not have time to come to a decision.
Are you making a recommendation or just kind of making your concern known?
I'm stating my concern. I know that the DOJ and the chair and vice chair, coordinate the slate of speakers on the day, and so I'm just stating that as a note, to be very conservative with, sharing my preference for you all to be very conservative with how many people you have show up on the day, in the risk that it will take away time from the task force having adequate opportunity to discuss and to decide.
If I may.
Attorney Newman, go ahead. Yeah, you're recognized.
Just clarify the direction from the task force. So, Member Lewis, you're talking about essentially something like sort of the morning being cabined off for experts and the entire afternoon blocked off for an open discussion about this issue, something like that? Or are you thinking, it sounds like what I was interpreting you was saying is the lunch break being the demarcation for the day and the afternoon being the discussion and action. But I want to make sure that we have an understanding of this, because we will have to go back from here and redraft the agenda and then circulate it. So as specific as you can be about your your thoughts.
So in my view, based upon what we have right now as a March agenda, the first day, we have public comment ending at 10:05. Approval of the meetings from 10:05 to 10:10. Right now we have witness panel from 10:10 to 12:20. I would suggest that we have whichever experts we're asking to come testify, they have an hour. Limit that to an hour. And then, so from 11 o'clock onwards, even before lunch, we move to the discussion on eligibility.
Okay, thank you for that.
And then, as was stated, we could, there are issues later on in the agendas that can be moved and removed as well the subpoena request, the dictionary updates, so the issues that would come up on the latter half of day one, according to the current schedule, meaning the community engagement plan, update, the presentation scope of work, etc. Those can be moved to day two. I just want to make sure that we have the time to come to a decision and to, not just come to a decision, but to very clearly provide the economic experts with, very clear guidance about what the scope of work needs to be. And that relies upon, a definitive understanding of the community of eligibility.
Are there any other comments or questions related to the motion on the floor?
Just a comment. I think that makes sense to me. We've got to have time for discussion.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing no further discussion or comment, I'll restate the motion. So the motion on the floor is for the March meeting day one to be solely dedicated to issues of eligibility. And the second day will be on criminal justice, and then also taking in Jovan's contribution that, any people that we invite to weigh in on the idea of eligibility have no more than an hour, so that the task force has significant enough time to discuss amongst ourselves and take a vote. Okay, so Parliamentarian Johnson, without further ado, if you may establish a roll call vote, please.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones-Sawyer? Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 8 members voting. There were 8 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. So there are 8 ayes and 0 nays, and so the motion carries as the ayes have it. So the March meeting, the first day will be dedicated to eligibility, and the second day will be dedicated to issues surrounding the criminal legal system. I also wanted to bring up the concept of public comment for March, because as we all heard, right, there were over 27 comments that we weren't able to get through given the time constraints. And so I just wanted to pose a question to the task force and also provide space, an opportunity to entertain a motion to extend the public comment period for the March meeting from 1 hour maybe to 2 hours, and then we'll have like the experts speak for an hour, and then we'll have a discussion amongst the task force probably for like an hour before lunch, and then once we come back from lunch, we'll have the whole afternoon to discuss. So again, I'm just bringing up the idea of the potential of extending public comment given the high interest in this topic from various different perspectives, I should note. Is there anyone fundamentally opposed to extending public comment at all?
I'm not
Or
opposed.
is there anyone like emphatically in favor where they would want to entertain a motion?
I'm just concerned that we have enough time to actually get through this. It's a gating issue, centerpiece of the task force work, and it's urgent because of the need for the economists to get going. At least that's how I read it. So I just want to make sure that we have enough time to get through it. I mean, for example, I would be fine with the session starting an hour earlier instead of 8 o'clock, but we just need enough time to get to the issue of eligibility. So I don't think anybody wants to cut off public comment or reduce it. We want to hear everybody, but we can't do our job if we don't get through the issue of eligibility. And so, unless I'm misinterpreting you, Chair Moore, if we extend public comment and then end up not having enough time to vote and make a decision and to get it extended again, I don't think that helps us.
And I might add, maybe instead of extending it for an hour, maybe a half hour, and take Mr. Tamaki's suggestion, starting an hour earlier and just extend it for a half hour.
Okay, yeah. So again, just providing space and opportunity for us to discuss this and entertain a motion on that. I'm totally happy with starting an hour earlier, taking it 30 minutes, an additional 30 minutes on top of the hour. I'm flexible. I just think this is an important issue, and I think there's people on all sides of the argument that want to be heard. I don't know who those 27 people were or what they were going to say. But the fact that there were 27 people waiting, I think, is significant.
I agree.
Can I make a motion then?
Sure, yes, Member Grills.
I move that we extend the public comment by an additional 30 minutes to try to accommodate as many people as possible to share, and that therefore we need to start the meeting 30 minutes early to add that to the agenda, or to allow that into the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so it has been properly moved and seconded that the March meeting will start at 8:30 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. to allow for 30 more additional minutes of public comment. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll cue Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote may be established.
Thank you. Madam Chair,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown,
Aye.
Member Bradford,
Aye.
Member Grills,
Aye.
Member Holder, Member Jones-Sawyer, Member Lewis,
Aye.
Member Tamaki,
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp,
Aye.
Madam Chair, there were 7 members voting. There were 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 7 ayes and 0 nays, and so the motion carries as the ayes have it. So the public comment period for day 1 of the March meeting will occur starting promptly at 8:30, 30 minutes in advance. But day 2 will stay the same. It'll start at 9 a.m. and then end at 10 a.m. Thank you. Okay, so the next, thank you so much, Member Scott Lewis, for your assistance in facilitating the conversation for agenda item 21. So we will move towards agenda item 22, potential action item agenda for next meetings. And so this part of the discussion is for any additional things we wanted to think about in terms of adding to the March meeting, but I doubt that that'll be the case because of how truncated it has to be. And then also a discussion for ratifying the April agenda, I believe. So, Member Scott Lewis, if you could, since we already did this, but can remind folks for what's on the agenda for the April meeting. So, of course, we talked about in this meeting a small or short panel on educational institutions, but then the remainder of the April meeting would be around discussing the report and making a final vote on the report. Is there anything else to add on that? And making reference to the draft April agenda that the DOJ published in the meeting materials and sent to the task force some weeks ago.
And just to, I'm sorry, just to jump in, one other thing on that is, so right now it is scheduled for the April meeting. I think questions that need to be answered is, do we want to leave it at one day? We obviously are still looking for a location. You previously voted as a task force that if the governor extends the emergency order before the meeting is held, that the Department of Justice will convert the meeting into a virtual meeting to allow for the meeting to be held virtually rather than in person. And just to follow up, we will then follow up with you all with regard to travel and everything between now and the April meeting. So I think the questions that need to be answered are, do we want to plan for the April meeting to be a one-day meeting or a two-day meeting? And just a reconfirmation if anybody wants to reconsider the question of whether it should be converted from in-person to remote if the governor extends the emergency order.
Thank you for that. So we can deal with the days first and then go to the location. So are there any, we already kind of also talked about this, but any task force members, emphatically that the meeting should be 2 days or 1 day, feel free to make your comments known.
Well, if it's a travel meeting and you're meeting in person, I think it should be 2 days. But if it's going to be remote, I think 1 day is fine. But if it's travel, I think 2 days is always more accommodating for folks.
Okay, so we can deal with the location question first then, since it might inform the days. So yes, as Attorney Newman stated, we're planning on having our first in-person meeting in April in San Francisco, but Attorney Newman spoke to the point that a specific location hasn't been found yet. But opening up the discussion, our task force members, do we want to have an in-person meeting in April, or do we want to continue to be remote if Governor Newsom's order isn't lifted? But again, Attorney Newman, if he lifts order, we have no choice, right? We have to meet in person. Is that correct?
That is correct. If things are as they stand, the task force will have to meet in person. And going back to the question that I received earlier, if anybody is unable to travel and will be attending by phone, we'll need to know at least 10 days in advance so we can notice the date, the location from which a person is going to be calling in by phone. And that location has to be open to the public. But otherwise, we will figure out a location. We're still working on figuring out a location. We'll set that location. It'll be part of the agenda, and we will proceed in person. It's only if the governor extends the emergency order allowing for virtual meetings that you all previously decided if that order is extended and the task force has an option of choosing in person versus remote, the task force collectively voted to remain remote. You're muted, Dawn, if you're talking.
Chair Moore, can I make a comment, please?
Yeah, sure. You're
Thank you.
recognized, Member Tamaki.
Thank you. So I think our decision would, I mean, why would it be any different? I asked this question to Reggie Jones-Sawyer as a, you know, what is the California government doing? What's the best practice in terms of following the science? And he said, well, you know, we don't want to have the reputation of being a spreader, a pandemic spreader. And so on that basis, everybody agreed that if the governor extended the order, it must be based upon best practice in science, and that we would go virtual. And if there's a reason to change it for this meeting coming up, let's discuss that. But if there isn't a reason, to me, the decision should be the same.
Okay, and so that decision, just to reiterate, is in alignment with what Member Reggie Jones-Sawyer stated. We're advocating that we stay remote if we're able to, right? But if not, we will have to meet in person.
Correct. And if we stay remote, there's a reason for it, and that is the governor has seen fit to extend the order. So, and that would be because of a health issue. I think that's, you know, as I understood it, that's the reasoning.
Yeah, that's great. I think there's still it doesn't necessarily resolve the points that Bradford was speaking to. So if we're in person, are we advocating for a 2-day meeting as opposed to if it's remote, we're only advocating for a 1-day meeting? Right, that is also something in the air. And then also Attorney Newman, it may not even be relevant or helpful for this discussion right now, but just putting it out there in terms of, has there been any like leads in terms of locations, particularly in San Francisco? But that's not necessarily relevant right now.
I wonder, Chair Moore, can we book the 2 days with the option to go back to 1 if necessary? I just think that it's been you know, what we found is we actually need these 2 days for these meetings. I'd be happy if we don't, but if people, you know, don't reserve that second day, then that's gone, and we are stuck with being pinched to a 1-day meeting. So if the task force is not ready to commit to 2 days, can we at least reserve that time so it's marked out on everyone's schedule?
I think that sounds good. Reserving the 2 days just to be on the safe side. And then I know that the draft agenda that the task force sent out for April is just based on a 1-day schedule. So then I would just recommend that Scott Lewis and I, as members of the advisory committee on proposing meetings for future hearings, and we'll go back into the drawing board and try to get that expanded to a 2-day meeting proposal that we can present at the March meeting. Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. What I was proposing earlier for April was that we would then have a day on the issue of education, as Member Grills brought up earlier. And then we would spend the second day basically following what the current schedule is asking for, which is the discussion on the final approval of the report, and then a discussion on how to then use the report to educate the California public. So as I see it, April would still require a 2-day meeting. 1 day to accommodate the education panels as mentioned by Member Grills, and then the second day to because we're required to finally approve the first report in April, and then to discuss educating the California public.
Okay,
which
great.
was set forth
Thank you for
in 3121. So that second requirement of discussing how to educate the California public was set forth in the bill. So we do have to discuss that.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you for that reminder. So now we can just open the floor to entertain a motion for the April hearing. Restate what you said if you want.
Okay, yeah, I move that the April meeting be a 2-day meeting, with day 1 being a discussion on the issue of education and educational disparities in the state of California, and with day 2 being the approval of report 1 and the discussion around educating the California public.
Second.
Chair Moore, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So it has been properly moved and seconded that the first day of the April hearing will be on education, and then the second day would be based on the current schedule sent out, or in other words, voting on draft report 1, and then also, sorry, what was it again? Draft report 1. Oh yeah, and then also discussing ways to educate the California public as laid out in the bill text. So, is there any discussion on the matter? Okay, here for the discussion, I'd like to cue parliamentarians for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Jones-Sawyer? Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Members Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair?
And Vice Chair Brown, aye.
Oh, thank you. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 7 members voting. There were 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 7 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it and the motion carries. So for the April meeting, the first day will be on education, and the second day will be on voting for the draft report approval, and then also discussing ways to educate the California public as outlined in AB 3121. Great. So now we have our March and April meetings pretty much solidified, and we'll be awaiting information from Governor Newsom as it relates to his order. Okay, so the next item on the, well, before we go to that agenda, I wanted to raise a point about the communication firms, because we, contracted with them, I think since December, maybe. But we haven't heard from them at all. Like, they haven't introduced themselves to the task force. We're not sure what they're doing in terms of work and in terms of outreach. I think that's alarming. And so I wanted to place on the agenda, if there's time for March, some time, and if there is no time for March, at least April, the latest, for these communication firms to communicate to the task force and to the public what their plans are in efforts to get the word out on this historic effort.
Yes,
And
I'm wrong.
so,
Yes, it has. It's right here. I got it.
yeah. So, yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. Attorney Newman, is that something that we could potentially please up if we entertain a motion and it succeeds for March or April?
So I thought that part of the agenda for April specifically dealt with the plan and process for communicating with and educating the public. And I know Dr. Grills is back on. So I'm not exactly clear. Are you asking to add an agenda item, or are you telling us to add an agenda item that would have the communications professionals that are part of the Bunch Center agreement come before the task force and outline their work or their credentials? And is that something you want added? I suppose this would be added to the second day of the March meeting, which is pretty packed, or added on to the April agenda as an additional component of the education of the public and communication about the report discussion.
I would say the second day of the March meeting, it could be brief, kind of similar to the presentation that Professor Stoll and the Anchor organization gave yesterday. You know, it was just a brief introduction and their plans and things like that. I think it's important to kind of get these communication firms on record, who they are and what they plan to do sooner rather than later. So do we need to do a motion on that, or is that just a directive I can say, can we, as part of the agenda for the second day of March, we invite them to speak?
I think that you all just set the agenda by vote for the March meeting previously. So I think, not unfortunately, but I think just in order to be clear, I think you do need to have a motion and add that amending the vote you just took on the agenda.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Can hear you.
Member Grills, would you be interested in entertaining a motion for that, since it's sort of in your purview in terms of leading the community engagement efforts?
Yes, absolutely. And just for the record, who the communications firms are was shared with the task force at the January meeting, as well as their business framework. But I do agree that it's time to hear from them directly. And so I would like to make a motion that we add the communications firms to do an overview about who they are and what their communication strategy is for the task force.
Madam Chair, may I state that you want to amend the previous agenda that was passed by the board? Is that by the commission?
Okay. So I'd like to amend the agenda for the March meeting to include a presentation from the communications firms about who they are and what their communication strategy is for the task force.
Great. For the second. Thank you. So it's been properly moved and seconded to amend the March agenda to include a presentation from the communications firms on the second day of the March agenda, so that they can introduce themselves and to provide an overview of their communication strategy to the task force and to the public. Are there any questions or discussion on the matter? Member Lewis, you are recognized.
Thank you. Given that the proposed date for the April meeting is only 2 weeks or so after the March meeting, I wonder if we would be willing to delay that presentation until the second day of the April meeting, given that that is when we will be discussing educating the California public, and it seemed at least thematically appropriate that we would hear from that group then, and we might be able to actually engage them with some planning, and also give them some time maybe to kind of come up with something to present to us. That's my thought, especially given the fact that the second day of March is already so packed.
Yeah.
I do worry, that we would, do a disservice to a robust enough discussion around criminal justice.
Thank you.
So
That's a good point.
I tried to get my hand in there before Member Grills, advanced the motion.
Sorry.
No, I don't know. I just, once the motions get moving, pun intended, I don't know when to interject. So
I think member Groves can withdraw the motion and then someone can withdraw the second and then we can start over.
Okay, I withdraw the motion.
And I withdraw the second.
Great, thank you. Member Scott Lewis, did you want to state the motion, or member Grills?
I can restate it. Good. You want to do it? Okay.
no, please.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we amend. No, we're not amending anymore because that's not. We didn't vote on the April meeting, so I can just propose. Okay. So
we did on the April meeting, so we would amend the April meeting instead of the March meeting.
It's a long day. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the April meeting agenda to include a presentation by the communications firms about who they are and what their communication strategy will be.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
So it has been properly moved and seconded that we will invite the communications firms to the second day of the April meeting so that they can introduce themselves and then also provide an analysis of their communication strategy. Is there a discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, Parliamentarian Johnson, may you please establish a roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Yes. Chair Moore,
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown, Member Bradford, Member Grills,
Aye.
Member Holder, Member Jones-Sawyer, Member Lewis,
Aye.
Member Tamaki,
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Madam Chair, there were 5 members voting, 5 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There are 5 ayes and 0 nays, and the ayes have it, so the motion carries. We have voted to amend the April agenda to include a presentation from the 2 communications firms. Thank you so much. So now we're at the second to last item on the agenda. It's technically the last item, which is item number 23, potential action item, unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business? From my vantage, there isn't necessarily. We have everything queued up for March and April. But I want to provide the space for task force members and then also for Attorney Newman to interject for this portion of the agenda. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I'm asking Chair Moore and Javon, Member Lewis, whether we plan to have a May meeting. And the reason I'm asking is everybody's calendars fill up fast. And so if the plan is to have a May meeting, it would help me anyway to know what those dates are going to be so I can lock them in. So have you thought about that, or what's your thinking?
Is that a question for me or
Everybody really? And if the advisory committee hasn't thought about it, do other members have a thought? It's more challenging to get these dates locked in the longer we wait. So it's easier if we lock them in, at least for me. I don't know how it is for everybody else.
I think I would just want to make clear and set expectations that just again, April is when we need to finalize the report. So to the extent there's a May meeting, I don't want there to be any lingering expectations that we'd be able to take testimony in May and have that be in the report, nor that we'll have the report done for the May meeting, because once we finalize it after the April meeting and you all vote and vote final, it's going to take us all that time to format it and get it submitted. So I just want to make sure that's out there, so you're well aware.
Member Lewis, did you want to add? We have discussed
you.
the May. Go ahead.
So let me just get the document up again. So Member Tamaki, in the agenda, the agenda item 21, which was a schedule of the proposed meetings, what we had was a meeting March and April, and then a break until July. However, I think that, given the need to kind of move things along, the September meeting, which would be the next substantive meeting, meaning that the July meeting would be a kind of the discussion of the report, but that doesn't really, I don't think, constitutes, a full meeting. The meeting that would follow, which, if you're looking at the schedule of proposed meetings in September 2022, would be our first discussion about the models of reparations that we might want to consider. Chair Moore and I discussed moving that up to May to kind of get the conversation moving along. And then that would mean us then taking, the June and July 2 months, and then restarting in August with what would on this current schedule be the topic of November 2022. And so that would give us the ability to actually add more meetings, because as Mr. Newman mentioned earlier, we do actually have, once we move to in-person meetings, we do have about 2 more slots that we can utilize. So if we move this up a little bit, that means then we actually have the opportunity in the calendar to utilize these two remaining slots. So this is just something that Camille and I Chair Moore and I just briefly discussed. And so, I'm not saying it's a proposal or a proper proposal yet. And maybe it's one that she and I can go away and think about a little bit more with some feedback from the task force today. But that is what we are considering as an alternative to what's presented to you in the current schedule.
Here more.
Attorney Newman, can you, was that Member Montgomery Stepp? You're recognized.
Oh, okay, just real quick. Just a question. I guess it's a more procedural question, but can we check availability for May now and do a tentative kind of hold so that we're not losing those days? And I don't mean now in the meeting we have to make a motion, but well, maybe we do for the DOJ to tentatively send something out. I don't see anything wrong with that. And if we decide as a task force that we don't need that, then we can decide, in the next meeting or but that's what I would just suggest, because as Member Tamaki said, the calendars are ridiculous. So the sooner the better, and without making a full commitment.
Madam Chair, it sounds like you're planning to make a move to take an action, and this is not agendized. I mean, this is kind of closing comments before you end the meeting. So it's not unfinished business.
Well, I would just
make a decision, or even though it's not permanent, it's still, you're asking them to make a tentative decision, which is still action.
I would just,
I think
let me jump in and just say real quick that I would run it by the chair, who still has some sort of authority, the chair and the vice chair, to check the pulse or the DOJ to direct the DOJ to just check the pulse of the committee. It does not have to be an
A
action.
motion.
I think the chair has
Okay.
that discretion.
That's cool. That's good. As long as everyone understand, I just didn't want anything to proceed beyond thinking about it, having Attorney Newman, check the schedule or whatever, but all informal.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. I get you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that I was essentially gonna make the same statement or ask the same question as Member Montgomery Stepp, and to Attorney Newman, if we had any quorum dates established for May, and if not, for the DOJ staff to run a doodle poll or as soon as possible to make that happen.
Yeah, we can run a doodle. We can run a doodle, and when we come back for the March meeting, we can give you those dates on which you all respond and let us know your availability. So we'll run a doodle on May dates. Please send us your witnesses. And so the witnesses we're looking for are any suggestions for the day one of the March meeting, which is going to be genealogists or attorneys to testify in that 1 hour block on day one on eligibility, and then any witnesses for any of the 3 panels that have been discussed for day 2, which is criminal justice, I guess criminal justice / education, and I guess the 3rd panel, which is the combination of hate crimes and bias and policing, is what it sounds like. We'll have to go back and look at those panels. But if everyone could send us your witnesses ASAP, we can start the process of confirming people and figuring out those panels.
Thank you. I would say I sent my witnesses to the DOJ, but then I also just outreach to all of them. And a few have already confirmed that they're interested and excited to participate. So Thomas Harvey, who is the executive, the state director of the Children's Defense Fund of California, has said that he's excited and appreciates the opportunity to testify. There's also Darius Young, and Thomas Harvey said that he wanted to testify around like the criminal legal system, juvenile justice system issues. Tasha Henneman on the school to prison pipeline, and then Darius Young on the school to prison pipeline as well. Putting that out there for the record. Okay, so that's good for unfinished business. Are there any other last comments or questions from the task force members? Okay, well, hearing no other comments or questions, thank you all for exhilarating Black History Month ceremony and second day of business, and looking forward to continuing this historic work in March. So thank you all very much and take care. This meeting is now adjourned.